meeting to order. Laura Lee, will you please call the roll?
Stu Boyd.
Here.
Denise Chapman.
Here.
Lori Goble. Here. Don Kurtz. Alexander Lessa. Here. Nancy Rumpel.
Here.
Mike Schultz.
Here.
All right. Nancy, will you lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Hopefully you've all had the opportunity to review the agenda. And with that in mind, I'd entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
I'd like to make a motion to amend the agenda.
All right. Go ahead. What change do you want to make?
I would like to make a motion to amend the agenda to add a discussion on the budget, an update, and an update on the budget software.
All right. So that would be in section 6 then? Is that where that would occur?
Yes.
Yes. All right. Would you like to tell us why you'd like to add
Don't
this?
you need a second?
Oh, that's true. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right. Now would you like to tell us why you'd like to do that?
Sure. Because I know that we're gonna be doing some different conversations about salaries. I don't know now that we could do anything next week without any kind of discussion.
All right.
And I think the budget's really important.
All right.
And since we've spent the money on the module, the software, we've had no update.
All right.
Just as a piece of interest, Bob Eversole
It's
is
just
not
my
in
throat
attendance.
gets irritated easy.
Oh, all right. I should probably mention that to her. Dr. Heller just told me that Bob Ebersol isn't here tonight. So,
Zach is here, but Bob is not.
so Zach, are you able to do that?
Stepping in, yes.
Yes. All right. Nancy, help me with the language here. You're asking for a budget, not an update.
A budget update and update on the budget
Software?
software. Now, I would like to point out that because this is a work session, if we're not all present, I don't know that it could pass.
No, Federal studies.
It still counts,
Yeah,
okay.
you just can't do this, a special.
Oh, just for special, okay.
We would, well, probably, if that is agreed upon, we'd actually probably do this one first, so you guys had to move everything else down, just because of the
Okay.
timing of things, so.
All right. Right. Do we vote on that?
Did you vote in the agenda? Yes, I do. Yes, yes.
All right, so we have a motion and a second to add an item to the discussion part of the agenda. Dr. Heller said that he suggests that it becomes 6.1 rather than 6.4. So then the other items that are listed there are Mary Blair, the bond opportunities, and classified staff representation would all move down. All right. Any discussion on the motion before we vote?
I guess my only question would be to Zach, if you're prepared to
Yes.
do this.
Yeah,
Okay, okay.
All right. Any other discussion, questions, comments, et
Just a
cetera?
could
Can we keep it to a certain time? Do we have a time limit? I'm fine with it, I think 10 minutes, 15 minutes.
Yeah, you agree with that? Yeah.
Are you fine with that?
Yeah, I just think it's important that we get some kind of understanding,
Update.
like where are we at with.
All right. Any other comments or discussion before we proceed to the vote?
I just feel that that's very important information for us to have before going into possible executive session next week and everything else ongoing. Thank you.
All right, anybody else? All right, let's proceed to the vote. Lauralee, will you call the roll, please?
Stu Boyd.
Aye.
Denise Chapman.
Aye.
Lori Goble.
Aye.
Don Kirk. Alexandra Lessem.
Aye.
Nancy Rumpel.
Aye.
Mike Schultz.
Aye.
All right, so the motion passed 6-0. So as I said, the budget update and software update, is that the correct terminology, becomes item 6.1. The Mary Blair item becomes 6.2. 6.3 is the future mill and bond opportunities. And 6.4 is the classified staff representation. All right, having amended that part of the agenda, I'd entertain a motion then to approve the agenda as amended.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any discussion on that? All right, Lauralee, please call the roll.
Stu Boyd.
Aye.
Denise Chapman.
Aye.
Lori Goble.
Aye.
Alexandra Lessem.
Aye.
Nancy Rumpel.
Aye.
Mike Schultz.
Aye.
All right, so that motion passes 6-0. We have approved the agenda. Let's move then to agenda item number 3, which is the school presentation. And we'll be happy to hear from Big Thompson Elementary.
Come on up, Sarah.
I'm Sarah Walgast. I'm the proud principal of Big Thompson Elementary School, and we have a unique opportunity thanks to Brian Leindecker. We've been trying to work on this for the past, 4 years maybe, to get this happening, and it finally happened. So I wanted to bring this to you because it shows you just a little bit of how unique we are, and I'll speak more to that after the video.
Uh-oh.
Hang
Yeah,
on, sorry.
we need
Sorry,
sound.
sorry. Are we good?
Yeah, I don't know if your audio.
Well, it was playing on just my computer.
Yeah, the audio's probably not set up either. It's not pushing up to the 59. Do you want me to fix that on there?
Yeah, that'd be good. If you could help us, Brian.
It's muted too, that probably. Yeah. That should be, yeah, that's it. So it should be okay if you.
Yeah, you don't give it a try now. Let's see how that is.
Welcome to Big Thompson Elementary School, where we think big, act big, and do big.
GREW is a daily practice we have in our classrooms where we take time to circle up each morning, learn a little bit about each other, check in with one another. One of the things I really loved about GREW in our classroom is the way it brings students together and also helps them to set goals and check their progress with their learning.
I like crew because it's mindful and helps me with low self-awareness.
Our therapy dog programs at Big T Elementary use research-based animal-assisted interventions. We can support students with reading interventions, social skills, even reducing anxiety. It's a great program that supports a lot of great students.
Therapy dogs are around. People are more kind, respectful, and more willing to help out.
Having the outdoor education center in our backyard completely changes the way our students learn.
Students from CSU have to set up trail cameras in our outdoor education center. We're going to meet with those CSU students to track the animals that call our campus home.
We think big by engaging students with the natural world. We act big by engaging students with authentic conservation experiences like our Trail Cam project. We do big by empowering our students to preserve our natural world.
We used our outdoor education center to learn about the adaptations of birds and bats. We used different tools to match the birds with the food they eat. We used scratch and sniff stickers and blindfolds to practice being bats and fun.
Innovation class is the opportunity for students to engage in hands-on activities with nature activities, robotics, and coding. Students are able to engage in critical thinking and flexible thinking.
A B-bot is really cool because you can control its movement with coding.
Here at Big T, we are developing future-ready students who will contribute to building a better world.
So that's a quick look at what our campus has to offer. If you were actually able to come here, and I invite anybody, any one of you to do that. 'cause our
Relaxation doesn't always look like spas or
Sorry.
sometimes true relaxation is simpler than that.
Sorry. I would invite any of you to come out there because our student council is prepared to give tours. They just recently did that with all of our elementary principals and other admin that were there last Thursday. So one of the things that was featured in there was our nature nook where you saw Nala with Jen, who's our counselor. That is, we're gonna be featured. We are part of the CEI RISE grant. We will be one of the featured schools for that to regulation for not only students, but staff in nature. And also speaking of Jen Von Lentel, I'll just brag on her a little bit. She's the goat of therapy dogs. I know a lot of schools are having them, which is super awesome, but she goes above and beyond. She's actually an adjunct professor for animal assisted therapy. We have a dog or dog pairs in our building every day with their work with our kids. Another piece of that you would see if you were on a tour is that we have low ropes course things, like a whale watcher. Don't know if you know what that is, but it's a platform where you get on and try to balance, and it's all about teamwork for just getting kids to work together. And all of those platforms that we have for the low ropes course was built in conjunction with Thompson Valley High School's geometry and construction class, so they built them for us. The signage that you'll see on our campus is in conjunction with, sorry, I don't get my back to
sorry.
Signage on our campus was done in conjunction with Rocky Mountain National Park interns a few years ago, so they look exactly like you would see when you are at a national park. We do have an observation deck on our upper playground that allows you to see far and wide from where you are on our campus to Sylvandale to across 34, down in the valley, that kind of stuff, and it's just a very unique opportunity for that. And speaking of our playground, after 2 years of me being there, we were able to receive a 2-year, and I'm not saying that because I got there, they had already started working on it, but I was fortunate enough to join them with that, and so we started what's called the Schoolyards Initiative for GOCO, so Great Outdoors Colorado, and that's how we got what we call our lower and upper playground, and what we have there as some of the features. One of those features is a climbing wall, that it's a traverse wall, but on each side is life zones and animals, and it's part of the 3rd grade standards that the kids know adaptations and what life zones they're in and why they're there, how they can survive. Another feature on our playground is called the flume. So it's basically a big outdoor stream table where we study erosion and deposition, and it's not just our students. Students from all over the district, 4th graders particularly, come to our school to do that throughout the year. You did see the Outdoor Education Center. You guys already know that we received a $56,000 grant to have that updated starting this summer. So we're super excited about that. And that's, we hope to be able to expand that use. Again, it's not just our property, it's a district property. So that's our uniqueness. Does anybody have any questions or want me to expand on anything?
All right, board questions. Denise, start with you. Do you have anything?
What are some of the challenges of running a building as old as Thompson, or Big Thompson is?
Well, there's challenges. I mean, obviously, we're the only school that's on a septic system, so periodically that becomes a problem. It's like any building. I mean, we probably have a little bit more fluctuation in HVAC because of the different wings within the building. But I'm not gonna complain because we have air conditioning. So those might be a few of the things.
Dawn.
miss going, cause I haven't been for a while. I know, it's not you, I would be there all the time. It's just such a fun campus. I mean, all the things that you're doing, all the great things that the student leaders show. So I really appreciate all that you guys have done to really put together a whole program.
Mike?
Thank you for coming, I appreciate it, and as a new board member, it's always fun to kind of learn more about kind of what's happening at all the individual schools. So I really do appreciate that. I don't really have a big question, I just was curious, kind of what was the name of the park that we landed on your Big T? Was that the?
It's the, Gathering Pavilion.
The Gathering.
William Gathering.
How is that kind of been integrated or used by the school?
So one teacher in there, the innovation teacher, she plans like every month that we go out there and do those things. And then teachers also on their own will go out and use the pavilion for different things as far as like if they're studying, maybe they're looking at track or SCAT or something like that they're trying to find, and changes in the seasons, different things like that they'll do.
Thank you.
Nancy?
Well, I've had the tours by the kids and they're really good. You guys should try, especially the new board members.
Yes.
The kids do a really great job. I would be curious, it's interesting the one student said that when the animals are there, the dogs, that they're all just nicer. Like what is it about a dog that makes them all nicer?
It brings, there's a lot, I mean, too bad Jen Von Lentil, my counselor's not with me, because she does facilitate our student council too. There's a lot of research that shows that how just presence of an animal like that brings calmness in the serotonin and everything in your body, just kind of, because I have my dog, I have a therapy dog that's with me on Fridays, and I mean, every day the staff comes in, he's there to greet them, and it just brings that, it's just more of a calm effect that they bring.
Laurie?
My question is, do you have a challenge scheduling with the outdoor area, especially on really nice days?
You know, it's big enough, no, so far, I mean, but as we, build things up and make it better, our nature nook has really kind of come to the place where it's pretty much ready to go, and that's more of a regulation area, so that might become more of a challenge. Right now, it's mostly our counselor and SEL specialists that use it, but now the teachers are learning more about it and how to use it. Yeah, we're probably gonna have to put together a schedule. But the outdoor ed center is big enough that you could probably hold several classes at one time.
Thank you for your presentation.
Alexandra?
I do not have any questions, thank you.
Sarah, I'm gonna ask you the question, but you may not know the answer.
Okay.
But I suspect somebody in the room will. Are there any other elementary schools in the Thompson School District that have dogs who are part of the staff?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I know that because I was in the first cohort of the therapy dog program that
Okay.
Jen was with, Canine Community Heroes. And I know Eddie kind of heads that up. So yes, there are.
Okay, that's good to know. All right, any closing comments before we officially thank Sarah for her presentation? Hearing none, thank you, Sarah.
Thanks.
Thank you,
for your
Sarah.
words. All right, we're going to then move to agenda item 4, which is discussion items for upcoming board meetings. I'm going to read the list, it's somewhat lengthy. 4.1, Head Start Self-Assessment Report. 4.2, Week of the Young Child Proclamation Presentation. 4.3, First Read of Policy KCD, Gifts and Donations. 4.4, First Read of Retirement Regulation KCD-R, Gifts and Donations. 4.5, First Read Exhibit KCD-E, Application for Acceptance of Gifts. 4.6, District Employee and District Employee-Owned Businesses as Authorized Vendors. 4.7, 2026-2027 Board Meeting Calendar. And 4.8, Standard Action Consent Items. So we'll proceed then to item 4.1, which is the Head Start self-assessment report. And I'll turn it over to Lamb and whoever else is gonna accompany him on this.
Good evening, Mr. President, Dr. Heller, members of the board, Sarah Rasmussen, Assistant Superintendent of Learning Services. And this evening, our early childhood team members are going to be sharing with you the recommendations from the self-assessment that is done on an annual basis. It is required by Head Start, and it involves a great number of stakeholders. And so we get really great information from the self-assessment. We look at strengths and we look at areas of improvement. And so you are going to hear a little bit more about that tonight.
Mr. President, Dr. Heller, members of the board, Lamb Carrot, Director of Early Childhood. And first of all, if you saw the memo, the big thing that I want to point out is that we have a commitment to continuous quality improvement and accountability to both the Thompson School District and to Head Start. And so, like Sarah said, we conduct this annual assessment, and it's required as a requirement of the performance standards. And by reviewing our program, this gives us a chance to reflect on our strengths, identify areas of growth, and ensure we are effectively meeting the needs of our children and families. So one part that I do want to mention is that we focus on program effectiveness, and the work from our self-assessment directly guides the work that we do not only from this year but moving into the next school year. So in the report that's up on the screen, and I hope you had a chance to look at it because there's a lot of information in there. We covered that in there. We saw what our goal was for last year, how we did, and then what our strengths of our program are. And then down below that is the recommendations for the upcoming school year. So all in all, there are 10 recommendations that are listed, and I put this just on a simple chart to easily see what that was for the upcoming school year. So you can see that we are focusing on health services, nutritional services, safe environments, transportation, disability, and so on. So those are all 10. And I do want to point out that all these are based on data and things that have come up through the course of the school year that we've identified of things that need improvement in our program. So we're pretty comprehensive in what we look at, and we'd like to ensure that in the spirit of Head Start and their ongoing continuous improvement that we are doing those things. So what you'll see is also once we go start this work at the end of the year, you'll get the same report that reports back what we've accomplished, or in some cases what we still need to continue working on. So with that being said, again, hopefully that information is in there, so I'm open to questions that you may have about what you've read, and I can provide some clarity for you.
All right. Mike, I'm gonna start with you.
With me? Oh. Food. Thank you for that presentation. I know Head Start is such an important program, and it has been for many, many decades. The one thing I was curious, because I appreciate the fact that we have to kind of continue to loop to kind of self-assess and make those improvements year to year. I was just curious, kind of, when I look at this list and I see health services, and like I was just curious to get your longer term perspective on how these issues have evolved and changed over time, because I look at something like this and I think, sure, that makes perfect sense given the rising cost of healthcare, that a lot of the people that the population that are kind of dealing with Head Start are at risk or can be kind of at risk. And so how have you seen these kind of issues evolve, and I guess how are we doing, and
So another part that you'll get to see is we do also a community assessment, where we take a broad view of what's happening in our community. So tied to that, it ties into the health services. So I'll speak specifically to this one. So this year, we had a focus on our dental and health exams for families, because we have to report that to Head Start. And depending on our return rates that we get, we can see that families either need more support with getting that kind of help with, so we work with dentists to provide more affordable services, or actually help them find a doctor that will help them with the physical critical or the things that they might need. So that really stems from the data we collect at the beginning of the year, and then we watch it through the course of the year. And then if we know that there's a need, we can address it at the end. This is something to support with the following year.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, Nancy, before I move to you, Maya, would you introduce the staff member who's
Oh,
with
well,
you?
geez, I'm sorry, yeah. This is Amy Gerhard. She's the assistant administrator for the early childhood program. And she's been here, part of the program much longer than I've been here, so.
Welcome, Amy.
Yeah.
Really, that Amy. Thank you, Amy, for being here tonight, too. Nancy?
Just a follow-up on that. I have a question, but then just to follow up on what Mike asked. When the families, they're needing help to find dental or health, what's usually the main barrier to them finding a dentist or a doctor? Is it language? Is it acceptance of insurance or Medicaid or?
It's all of those things that you mentioned. A lot of times they just don't even know who to go to. So we have partnerships that we've identified with certain dentists around the community who specifically work with our program. And so whether it's cost or it's, sometimes they're just afraid to go in because they've never been to a dentist. We've had people who don't have insurance, so we can connect them with other resources in the community to find insurance. So it's a multitude of things, and it depends on each situation is different. So our family engagement specialists work closely with each family, and they, at the beginning of the year in our home visits, they kind of start interviewing the family, kind of find out what are their needs, and then they do monthly home visits throughout the school year, so they can address their needs as they come up.
Interesting,
Yeah.
okay. And then, I'm really curious about the nutritional. So I know that, I think it's really important that aside from being able to go to the store and use SNAP to get food, I think it's good that we're trying to help them, learn how to actually prepare the meal from scratch versus buying, hamburger, no offense to Hamburger Helper, but buying Hamburger Helper because it's just, it's more of a family experience anyway when you're cooking. Plus, I just think you're able to get better nutrition. And so, how do you get them to share the recipes, and how do you? You guys, you don't have a kitchen that you have them come in. Like, how do you help them?
But we do have partnerships. So one of them, like last year, we had the Integrated Nutritional Educational Program, where they provided workshops at our centers. So they would come in, they would bring all the food, they'd bring the recipe cards, and then they would bring in the equipment to cook the food. So they get a chance to kind of experiment, ask questions, and go through the process of doing it. So it's fun, because A, they get a meal out of it, because they make the food there. And then they walk away with food, because they do bring additional food. And then they connect them with the resources, and then it's an ongoing thing throughout the year. So one of the things we're gonna do this year is provide more of those workshops again. So we're hoping to do 4 of them, each beginning, middle, end, and somewhere in between. And then they'll get the information about what nutritious foods can they serve for meals, snacks. Because the thing about, fast food is fast food because it's quick, but it takes more effort to create healthy meals. And so that's what we're trying to get to. And the great thing is our parents are like, I didn't know I could do that. So they're very honest in our surveys that we send out, and they give us great feedback.
Do you think it's just a family culture where they just never learned the skill, so they just kind of?
Yeah, I think it's a wide variety of things, yeah.
All right. Lori?
How many years has the Head Start program been here?
It's actually been here since 1965, but it came into the district back in '85. So it was a separate program, then became the district.
And then, in regard to student achievement, then do they track any way, obviously not using names, but like say how they do in later grades as far as, success or
Sure.
needing additional help?
A few years back, we actually tracked some preschool students to determine how our students were doing in the district. So one year we discovered that 4 of them ended up being Better Scholars.
ones.
So it was good feedback for us because we know that based on that 1 year's analysis, we can see we're having an impact with those kids, right? So we do get annual data from our students that, so we use teaching strategies goal where it measures a multitude of things. There's 63 objectives that we look at. But part of it is also school readiness, so it's math, literacy, social emotional preparedness, those kinds of things. And the way it works is that there's an expectation that students will fall within a certain band. So what we're looking for is most of these kids to fall into the lively health expectations, but then we set specific goals within that band, which are pretty high, because we want kids to be ready for kindergarten when they get there. So we collect that data at the beginning, middle, and the end of the year, and you'll actually see that in the Head Start grant proposal that will come in June. Yeah. So we have that, and then we have as like the rest of the districts, we engage in PLTs. And so our staff is looking at data every 2 weeks to see what progress our kids are making, and then make instructional decisions about what comes next based on how the kids are performing.
Thank you.
All right, Alexandra?
So I have a couple of questions about the ECERS, the Early Childhood
Okay,
Environmental Rating
Mhm.
Scale. I think it sounds cool, so one, I'd like to learn a little bit more about it. And then my other question is not in the recommendations, but in the other one, it talks about that it sounds like it started this year, but I don't know if that's
Which recommendation?
correct. Well, I think the dates in there might just be off, cause it says like in the fall of 2025, each classroom teacher will be provided with a copy of the ECERS
Oh, yeah,
book.
yeah. Okay.
But I'm assuming that means the fall of 2026, or is that true, or has it started this year?
It started this
Oh, it did start this year.
So
Okay.
I'll actually address ECHRS since you were involved in that.
Okay, yeah.
So, ECHRS is a tool that we've used for as long as I've been here, which is a pretty long time. But, you know, with staff turnover and different things, we just have to revisit things, right? Because not everyone was trained in it, and not everyone understands, in depth, I guess, how to create an environment that really supports the learning that we're expecting. Because yes, our children learn through play, but it's all about the teacher being purposeful about what she's putting in, or he is putting in each center to make sure that children have the opportunity to practice the learning that's happened in the, you know, in those structured times. And so we were able to purchase a book for every center, which we had a few that we would share out, you know, as teachers would come and would be hired. But this year we really kind of refocused on, let's look back at. I think, I hate to keep saying 2020, but 2020 actually happened. And in early childhood, we had to remove a lot of things from our environments because we couldn't have soft things in the environment. We couldn't have, you know, our texture tables, those kinds of things. People had to pull back because they weren't safe to have in the environment, or that was the understanding at the time. And so what we found is sometimes they didn't get back in, right? Because we have to be careful, and we have to, you know, but really I think we're in a different place now. We need to go back to what we know as best practice. And so that's why it's not a new thing, it's just a revisit that we felt like we were seeing that we needed to revisit.
Okay. And so I guess then my follow-up question is that if it was going on this year, then what's the plan for it for next year?
It's a continuation. It's a continual thing.
Okay.
We just, this year, that's what we came to is we need, you know, we were seeing a trend. And we had hired several new staff. And we knew 2020 happened, right? And so we needed to come back to and say, let's revisit. Let's do some training around. Let's make sure that we're doing what is best practice. So.
And part of that's tied to the amount of classrooms, because we have 27 classrooms. So to get in there and do ECHRS is a pretty intensive thing, because it looks at everything in the classroom, not just the physical environment, but how, like, things like, does the classroom materials represent the people that are in the classroom? And it also looks at how, do parents feel welcome to come into the classroom? What kinds of things are the adults doing to welcome families into the classroom? So it's pretty comprehensive in terms of the feedback it gives back to teachers.
Thank you.
All right, Dawn? Denise.
really enjoy seeing everything that the team is doing and just the discipline that it takes to do it right.
Thank you.
Two things. One is I'm really excited to see universal design for learning in there. I think it's great that we would be doing that all the way through the system, starting at the beginning. I just think it's great. And then the other one is one I almost hesitate to say, so please don't kick me. But this is so incredibly thorough, and it just makes me wonder, is there pieces, like, is there something that we should be doing that's this comprehensive across the district? Obviously not year after year, because I don't know how you guys do it, frankly. But I just think, like, there's something to be said for the fact that it's looking at everything all at once, which is so much to do, but you see things differently when you look at everything all at once instead of looking at individual pieces by themselves. And so, like I said, don't kick me, but I see where there is some really great value in thinking about how we might be able to take some of this and expand it even more, because I know this is something we use to say, oh, we're gonna look at things, but I think, again, it's piece by piece instead of that comprehensive view, looking at so much with a comprehensive view. It's a lot. And I know we do that in other ways that just don't seem to quite get the depth and breadth. So I'll just leave that where it is, and no one has to respond to that, because I don't want to hear how bad an idea it is or how hard it'll be, because I know it is. So I'll just kind of leave it.
I will say to that we do have a team that works really hard, and this takes a lot of our efforts throughout the course of the year. So
I appreciate it.
I do want to give kudos to my team for getting this work done too.
All right. Could I make one comment before you wrap up with this?
Sure.
With this? So I'm just gonna hop up on a soapbox for 5 minutes, or shorter than that. Sorry. Because the question came up about the impact, and I had the pleasure in a past life to kind of work in social services in Washtenaw County, which is Ypsilanti, Michigan, the Perry School Study, and got to go to the school and actually meet the director at one point, and just an amazing, amazing woman. And I think I would encourage anyone who kind of has any interest in Head Start to kind of Google the Perry School Study to understand the impact that program has had. And I think it's one of Head Start is such an important program. It's one of the most kind of impactful federal programs that has ever existed, I think, in my lifetime. And so I'm just really happy. I just wanted, so if I could support you more, I would. But so thank you for that.
And I agree, because I am a Head Start. I went to Head Start.
Oh.
And I do think it had an impact on where I am at now. So I still remember being in the classroom, and I remember all that stuff. So obviously it had an impact in terms of what I do now. And I agree with you at 100%, right? Because when you think if you're going to make a difference in kids' lives, why wouldn't we start early to do that? And more importantly, if you can have families be a part of that, I mean, that just increases the opportunities for success 100 times. So I appreciate the comments, and I think we're doing really good work.
All right, I will go ahead and wrap up. I was particularly interested in and impressed with the information at the bottom of the report that was divided into 3 columns. Areas identified last year needing improvement, action taken, and then has action been resolved. And as I looked at that, I decided this is a really important part, because the needs were identified. How is the Thompson School District Head Start program doing in terms of meeting those identified needs? And I would say, based on the time I spent on this, that the program is doing an excellent job of following up, taking action on items that were identified last year as needing improvement. So pat on the back to you and your staff.
Thank you.
Because that's very important. If we receive feedback on areas in which we need to improve and we don't do anything about it, then why take the time to get the improvement suggestions? And you certainly have capitalized on those, and we appreciate that.
Thank you.
Board, any other comments before we move to item 4.2? All right.
So, 4.2 is a Week of the Young Child. So one thing I want to say is I want to thank the board for the support over the years for our early childhood program. And I think without it, we wouldn't be as successful as we are now, and so thank you so much. And so knowing next week is Week of the Young Child, which we also, I think we have scheduled the proclamation to be read next week at the meeting. But we thought we'd share some fun stuff about our program. So there is a slideshow that we just wanted to share with you about Week of the Young Child in our program. So it's going to have Amy, and Stu, thanks for reminding me to introduce her because I forget stuff like that.
You know who she is.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. But Amy has been a long part of our program, and she is, I'm just pleased to work with her because the expertise she brings to the program really helps improve the quality of our program. So I'll turn it over to you, Amy.
Mr. President, Dr. Heller, members of the board, Amy Gerhard, Assistant Administrator for the Early Childhood Program. Thank you for allowing me to come. So I just created a little slideshow to just show you kind of a little bit more about our program, because I don't know if some of you are new, you might not know all of these things. So currently we have 561 students. We added one this week. We have 120 employees, and we are at 14 different sites around the district. So not every elementary school, but many, and we do have a standalone site at Stansberry, where our early childhood administration is housed, and then we have several classrooms there as well. All of our teachers are licensed through the state of Colorado. Many have master's degrees and hold an early childhood special education license. There are a couple that have just the early childhood license, but they are pursuing that early childhood special education endorsement. So not everyone knows that. Lam mentioned earlier that we use the creative curriculum. It is a research-based curriculum that is play-based, and it covers all areas of development. And we mentioned before 63 objectives that our teachers are looking at. It covers social emotional, self-help skills, cognitive, or the way children think and problem solve, and their attention span. It covers things like science and arts and technology and all of those pieces, in addition to, of course, the reading, writing, and math. It is organized into in-depth studies. So the studies can be 3 weeks to 8 weeks, depending on the study. And our teachers select those the year in the spring for the following year. And so we'll talk a little bit more about that in a few minutes. Again, I mentioned it's research-based. It is aligned with the Colorado Academic Preschool Standards. And the assessment that goes along with that is where our special education indicators come from. It's called Teaching Strategies Gold. And so the state looks at that assessment and how our children are performing to determine whether we're doing what we're supposed to be doing for our children with special needs. So are they making the correct amount of progress, those kinds of things, but they use that tool. So that is what we use for our assessment. So it's kind of our report card, if you will. So at the beginning of each day, children have what we call a question of the day, and then they do some shared writing. So these are a couple of examples. Our most recent study was around water. So children learned all about water. So this is just a couple of examples. I know there's a ton of writing on those. But you can see how many ideas they have and questions they have, and the things that preschoolers tend to share. And some of them are really funny, what they say, but also very intuitive and very, the curiosity comes through. So throughout the study, we learned all kinds of things. So this classroom looked at Claude Monet and how he painted with watercolor and how water moves. And so their learning target, just like we have learning targets in middle school and high school and elementary school, their learning target for the day was I can make water move. And so they painted, and there's their cute little pictures with their funny hats that they made with watercolor. Again, making water move. It's just a different classroom and a different way to do it. So they had used all kinds of tools in the water table. You can see, I think about half the class was there, playing cooperatively, really just super engaged and just figuring out the science of making water move. Again, experimenting with watercolors and making new colors, right? Mixing colors. I've never seen an ice cube tray like that, but that teacher found them, and they're so resourceful. It was really awesome. They learned about different bodies of water. They practiced writing, they practiced cutting, they practiced drawing. So, and very, very proud of their work. So you can see, 3 and 4-year-olds can do a lot of things. And so, it's just an example. They put their work together to make a book. There's a little example of a little one. I believe she is 3. Pretty good shark that she drew. But they have lots of ideas. So, it's just really fun to see them put their ideas and learning into a product like that. We practice counting, do math. So that was an example of somebody playing with some, fine motor clothespins and what's the number that matches the number on the card. Estimating, this is one of our occupational therapists. She was working on fine motor skills with the children, but she was incorporating math. How many dropperfuls do you think this circle's going to hold? And so they were working on estimating and fine motor all at once and having a great time. This little one worked really, really hard. She was sorting shapes with a game there, and you can see it didn't happen quickly. She spent a long time working on that, so, and she was also very, very proud of herself. So, water makes lemonade. I love that picture of that little one in the front. She's looking a little sour, but they turn lemons into lemonade, and all the things that water does for us. And so that was an activity, 2 different classrooms. They learned about evaporation, and this was an activity they did at Edmondson, where they painted and then watched it evaporate off the sidewalk. It's really, really fun to walk into a preschool classroom and have them talking about evaporation and condensation, and we learned about, and the words and the vocabulary and the things that they can learn. It's just so fun to see. And then finally, we are moving into a study on gardening. They just started this last week, and so they talked about how we need water to grow things, and so this class started that when they were growing living things. So, do you have any questions?
All right. Dawn, I will start with you this time. Do you have any comments or questions?
Thank you.
Mike?
I think this is great. I still admire my child's preschool teacher, Mrs. Martinez. Wonderful, wonderful woman, and influenced my kids in ways I still see today. So thank you for everything you're doing. I think it's wonderful, and I think it's great.
Nancy?
I just like seeing all the different ways you get creative about having them learn while they're actually having fun. So that's the best way, I think, for them to learn.
Lori?
Of the 120, how many are teachers, and then as far, what's the breakdown on the teachers?
So we have 33 certified staff. We have 16 service providers. And we have our administrative team of about 8. And then the rest of it's all classified staff. So we have paraprofessionals, lunch aides, extra help. And that's more of a licensing that we have to meet, licensing regulations for the state. But if you go into any classroom, you always see 2 people in there with kids. We have to maintain a ratio of 1 to 10. And then, because they're in the district, one of them is a licensed teacher and one is ECT qualified. So someone that is ECT qualified in our program could actually be the lead teacher in a private center. But for us, they're the second person in our classroom.
Alexander?
No questions, thank you, that's very cool.
Denise?
What's the capacity? I mean, how many kids are in this program?
Licensing says you can have up to 20 in a classroom, but Head Start has a lower ratio, up to 17. So we maintain the Head Start ratio since that's a big part of our program.
So are you at capacity now with the kids we have, or is there still more?
So it's hard to answer that. We fill up some centers quickly, And then because when kids turn 3, they qualify for our services, we enter kids, sometimes it comes out to be like the last week before school. Because we've had parents want to take advantage of the time they can, so they'll sign up for the last 2 weeks of school.
Thanks.
All right. I wonder if I can make an appointment to come in and work with one of your preschool children who can help me to learn to color and stay inside,
Yes.
inside the lines.
Love to have you come.
All right.
Join us anytime.
And before we conclude item 4.2, there is a proclamation also connected with this that I assume we will read next week.
That is correct.
All right. I was going to ask for a volunteer, but with the board's indulgence, after listening to Mike make a couple of different comments about the impact that Head Start, preschool, et cetera, has had on him as an individual, Mike, would you read the proclamation next week?
Sure, I'd be honored to.
All right. We'll do that then. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Going to move to item 4.3, which is the first read of policy KCD, gifts and donations. And that will be Zach. All right.
President Boyd, members of the board, my name is Zach Mosier, I'm Finance Director. I am sitting in for Bob Rusol, our CFO, to talk about these the updates on the gifts and donation policy. And if it would be okay with you, I would like to, can I talk about 4.3, 4, and 5 together? Because they're all kind of one in my head.
Please.
Sure.
Yeah.
So
That's
to kind of
fine, I think, right, board?
Yes.
Streamline things.
All right.
Okay, so, basically the bottom line is, we are consolidating KCDR and KCDE into KCD, just plain KCD. The purpose of this is just to, as it says in the executive summary, to streamline these two things and, make them more clear on, cross-departmental rules, reinforcement, compliance, legal, and operation standards, to be in accordance with accepting gifts, making sure that they're not in conflict with the district's mission or anything like that. There also is explained thresholds as to who can approve these. So below $1,000 would be principal, 1,000 to 10,000 would be superintendent, and anything above $10,000 would go to the board for their approval. So that is, that's kind of the crux of this. There is also a couple of nuances to this when it comes to accepting gifts as to, if, let's see, I want to make sure that making sure that stakeholders are up to date. So like if there's a gift that's accepted, like facilities is brought into the loop to see if there's any additional cost for, if we're accepting, a kiln or something like that. So we'd have electrical components to that. So this is just updating those controls as to who's in the loop on these things and how we're accepting these gifts and donations. So what we're looking for the board is to approve this policy where we're consolidating KCDR and KCDE into KCD as just one package item on gifts and donations. And so that simply is what this is about, and so I'll just open it up to questions, see if anybody has any questions or
All right,
concerns about
so
this.
Dr. Heller, since the agenda lists 4.3, 4.4, and 4.5, would you like me to ask the board for questions for them that way, or to roll the questions together?
I think we're okay with rolling the questions together because they all really ultimately at the same.
Are you fine with that too?
That's how I'm thinking about it, yes.
All right. So Nancy, let's start with you. So any questions or comments about 4.3, 4.4, and/or 4.5?
I mean, it's pretty straightforward, and I like the idea of the more we can just make one instead of the dash R dash. It's sometimes confusing.
Right.
So I think it's good.
Okay. Lori, I'll move to you then.
You said that there were gifts that could possibly be against, was it, the objectives,
They would be, it's a hypothetical, but say for example, we had like, you know, Philip Morris, which I don't know if they do cigarettes anymore, but just for example, they wanted to give us some money. Obviously, that would be against the principles of the district, and we wouldn't want to accept that gift.
So you're not only looking at the gift, but the source of the gift.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Alexander.
I guess I don't have any questions. I thought I had one, but I can't think of what it is, so we can move on.
All right. Denise?
I don't have any questions, thanks.
Dawn?
So just makes sense that we would streamline it as much as possible. It should really, I think, be one. Obviously, now that you did it, it looks great.
Yep.
Didn't know until you did it.
And Mike, any questions?
I just have a couple quick questions. I understand, it makes sense to me, and I don't have any issues supporting it. I just was curious, was there something that prompted the need for this change, or was there, because I'm just was curious if.
So, yes, so there was, I think what happened was there was a couple of things. I am aware of a gift that we were going to receive that was from a 503c organization, and that had legal implications to it. So whether or not that was that we would get roped into something that would have long-term effects. So that was one. I think peripherally I was aware of a gift that was when I said like the kiln issue, there was a kiln or money for a kiln that was accepted, but there was electrical implications to that, and so those were things that were kind of not thought of in the process. So when we talked about these scenarios, it's like, while we're talking about gifts and donations, why don't we go through the whole thing and see what policies we have for gifts and donations? And lo and behold, we're like, well, we have kind of two redundant policies. Why don't we put them together? And while we're at it, sharpen our pencils and make, you know, thresholds on this, how we're documenting. And this is actually, I forgot about this, but also the application for accepting those gifts. This is a part of this as well. And so regardless of the dollar amount, we would be accepting the gift, signing up who's the authority, so we can document this, regardless if it's $1 all the way to $20,000, whatever the case may be. But those were the kind of scenarios that kind of led to what we're talking about today.
What about, how do sponsorships play? Is that, is there separate?
There's a fundraising policy that I think where sponsorships.
That goes
live.
under
I
sponsorships,
believe so.
is it?
Right.
But I think, I mean, I guess I will need to my apologies for not. But I think, because you brought up the question, like, if a nonprofit or someone wants to a gift, I mean, the idea is to be able to identify what the strings are or implications. So if somebody says, well, you know, your Philip Morris example, we'll give you cigarette or money if you teach the kids to smoke or something. Or is that kind of what you're referring to with the nonprofit, or is it
yes.
or is it more that we needed to upgrade electrical systems for a kiln or all of the above?
Right. So we're with the gift. It's kind of like, are we kind of incorporating all things that come with the gift? So like with the kiln, there's electrical implications. It's not like you just plug in the toaster and that's all it is. There's you know, ground wires, things like that. When it comes to accepting a gift from an organization like Philip Morris that has kind of, you know, contradictory kind of, you know, business practices that would go against like the health and well-being of children, that's kind of what that is all about. And then also so we're just kind of like, what if and when we accept this gift, what are the things that, not strings necessarily, but what are the kind of downstream effects of that? Is it just simply money that we can take and that's okay? Or are there other things? How does that affect other stakeholders across the district?
I will give you an example that I've dealt with in previous place that I was at, where we had an entity that wanted to donate a really, really large piece of technology to be mounted on a wall of an elementary school. And it seemed like a great thing, like they have this great expensive piece of technology. However, when we realized and dug into it, the wall infrastructure couldn't hold that. So now we would have had to put a lot of money into changing the infrastructure of the building to make that work. And then when we dug into that further, it was, oh, now there's asbestos issues. Like, so it became the situation where it's actually more expensive for us to take the gift than to say no thank you. And so I think considering all of the implications of a gift, that not all gifts are, we may not be able to accept all gifts because there's going to be other strings that we have to consider or other issues we have to consider.
Yeah, it's a perfect example, yes.
Okay. Am I correct in saying that as I looked at this new policy, it's definitely an expanded policy over what was existing before?
Yes.
All right. And then a follow-up question, and this may actually be a question more for Dr. Heller than it is for you, Zach, but if you want to enter into the answer, that's fine too. So it seems to me that going forward, that we will approve, we being the board, will approve only gifts that exceed $10,000, and only those would be read during a board meeting. Is that correct?
That is correct, as the way the policy is currently written for the update, yes.
All right, I just wanted to clarify to make sure that I understood that correctly. All right. Board, any other questions or comments? All right, Zach, thanks for rolling those three together. I think you probably saved us some time.
Yes, you
I
did.
try to be efficient when I can.
Yeah.
Then it looks like I'm also up for 4.6.
Yes.
So I'll just keep going.
Yeah.
So 4.6 is the employee vendors. And let me get my thing out here. All right, so employee vendors, we have to go through and get board approval on employee vendors to how they read it. In order to prevent actual or perceived conflicts of interest or anything of that nature. So in order to go along with our board policy, which is DJ and DJD our policies, what we're looking for is the approval of the district employees, family employees, and or employees-owned businesses as authorized vendors, and grant express prior consent as required by board policy, allowing these vendors conduct business with the district. So at the back of your packet, we just have two vendors, two employee vendors, GlamCam and Bradley Francis, that the district employees are Kimberly Labui and Stephanie Francis. Looks like we're talking about $17.50 for these contracts, and I was just presenting these to you for approval as employee vendors. So that is all I have to say about that. I don't know if you have any questions or concern, or if we can approve these two.
All right. This time we'll start questions with Lori.
My question was, what exactly are these contracts for? I mean, that would be, to me, that would be helpful information, whether these are for photo shoots at prom, or, I mean, I just saw GlamCam, so I mean, I guess I was trying to figure out, what are these items for, and to have, like I said, to have that information up front, I think would be very helpful to people, even from the outside looking in.
Yeah, and I can take a guess. I don't know specifically, but if I was going to take a guess on the GlamCam at where we are in the year, I would guess that this would be a vendor for a prom event. That's kind of what that. But again, I am guessing, so
If
that.
I could maybe jump in, I wanna make sure we're clarifying. These aren't necessarily that we as a district are entering into contracts with these individuals. It is that we are approving the ability for these individuals who are employees to potentially do business with the school district. So if, for example, this Glam Camp business, which is owned by one of our employees, was contracted by their school to do this photo booth and DJ service, maybe for a dance, we are saying we would allow that person to do business with the school if that, it doesn't mean we absolutely will, but we are approving that they are an approved vendor to do that work, much like the second one, which is an arts academy instructor, so potentially maybe they're gonna bring them in to do some type of additional things. So that we would not necessarily be signing up, but it allows this person to be approved to do that.
Okay, so this is more a matter of transparency that
Correct.
this person would like to submit a bid, and they are, in full disclosure, they work for the district.
Yeah, so as per policy, anybody who's an
Okay.
employee, we need to get the board to approve these as vendors. Once they become approved as vendors, then our buildings could choose to use these vendors. They don't have to, but they could choose to use these vendors.
That's helpful, thank you.
All right, Alexander? Denise?
So is that all the ones that have been identified, or is this sort of these two companies, or are there more?
We did a
There
few a while back.
Yeah, there are more, but these are the ones that have been presented tonight.
So every time we get new ones, we will then bring them to the board for this type of thing. This was a process that had been happening for a while, so Bob and Zach identified a need that we needed to get back on track on doing this, so that's why you'll see these from time to time.
All right, Dawn? Mike?
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you.
Yeah, I think as long as I've been on the board, this is the first time. My only question is, they're selling stuff, you know, their own company, so why are we referencing their TSD email? Are they being allowed to use their TSD email to solicit business? I didn't understand why their TSD email is part of this document.
Again, I'm kind of, if I was, again, I'm guessing, but since to validate that these are in fact employees, having their TSD email would be a way that I would identify them. I don't know if we necessarily want to put an employee ID on there, but if we have the, at least from verification that they do have a Thompson email address, would be one of the ways that
And we wouldn't
validate.
wanna put their personal, their whatever,
Their work
their
business.
business email, so
I
that.
think part of it was like to Zach's point is to say that these are current employees, so they have a current email address. To your point though, the last batch of these that we did, one of the conversations Bob Ebersole and I had with procurement was we need to ensure that these folks are using a business email when they're doing business for this outside entity, not using Thompson School District
Okay, 'cause
emails
that was my,
for that,
like,
yes.
why would that, okay.
Yes.
So they don't get to use their
Yeah.
TSD, they
Right,
have
to do
okay.
recruiting and adding business, right, correct.
All right. I don't have any questions. Zach?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
That's all I have,
Thank you,
so
Zach.
4.8.
For now.
All right, we'll move then to item 4.7, which is the 2026-2027 board meeting calendar.
So I will, Lauralee and I can help with this. This is essentially the draft calendar for 26-27 for the Board of Education meeting calendar. I think we do want to note that there are, make sure I have the right dates here. I think that's right. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so these would be, if we followed our traditional schedule for how we do our board meetings, the dates are listed here. However, we do want to talk about a couple pieces. So obviously October and April, those meetings are the ones that we hold in Berthoud. And then we do want maybe some conversation with the board tonight regarding a couple of calendar considerations to potentially change this before we approve it. The third Wednesday, April 21st, 2027 coincides with the first evening of Passover. So historically, when meetings conflict with those significant religious observances, we have reconsidered and considered rescheduling that meeting. So the question really is, do you want to reschedule the April 21st regular meeting and move that to a different date?
Alexander, I'm gonna start with you, because it's actually your turn to start the questions or comments.
Yes, I would like it moved to a different date. I mean, options for, I mean, if whatever people wanna do, but I think, since it's in the middle of the month instead of at the beginning of the month, we could move it, I mean, we could move it to the Tuesday before, so that would only be a difference of one day, it would be on a Tuesday instead of a Wednesday, which I don't know how people feel about that. Or, you know, or the other option would be to move it a week.
To the 28th.
Either way. I mean, yeah, it would be to move it either to the 14th or to the 28th, could move it forward or back, but then it would be close to one of the meetings before or after.
All right.
So,
We'll get some feedback from other board members. Denise?
I'm comfortable with either of those options.
All right. Dawn?
I'm also fine with either option. I mean, I do think we should move it, and thank you for giving us some recommendations, cause I don't wanna randomly move it to another day that wouldn't work, which I believe is what you and I talk about, is days that might not work for you.
Mike?
I know it's a year off, so I'm have opportunity to plan, but my preference is for Wednesday, only because professionally I do have to present at a lot of in cities, and usually they're either Tuesday or Thursday, and so I think my preference would just be to keep it on a Wednesday.
All right. Nancy?
Well, I was gonna say the 20th till, so, I'd be okay if we moved it backward or forward.
Either
Then-
way.
And then keep it on a Wednesday,
Okay. Lauren?
I think keeping it on a Wednesday, just for continuity, that people then know what day, they can expect to see the meeting. But I know the one challenge we had was with the availability at Berthoud High School. This year, I know it was a lot shorter notice, but I think that was a consideration, if I recall correctly. So, I mean, we are a year out, so I would think that would be.
I was just gonna say one thing, looking at the calendar, because March 31st is also a Wednesday, if we moved it, we could move it to the 14th, and there would still be 2 weeks between the March 24th meeting and then that April 14th meeting, and then 2 weeks between the May 5th meeting. So it probably, if we're doing that, it would probably make more sense to move it forward rather than back, if we wanna keep them as evenly spaced as we can.
I'd appreciate moving it forward instead of back, for sure.
So are we thinking, sounds like April 28th then would be the,
No, the other way.
April 14th. April 14th.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because of spring break, what are the March dates?
The March dates are March 3rd and March 24th.
Okay. All right, so that would be adequate time between the regular board meeting in March and the meeting in April. Yeah. All right.
Oh, no, sorry. I forgot, sorry, never mind. There would be there still would be two weeks in a row, cause the study session would be April 7th.
yeah, either way, you're gonna have 2 weeks in a row,
Yes.
either 2 weeks in April or a April-May back-to-back meeting, either
Yeah,
way.
so sorry.
And we could,
I
for us,
would point out that the later we get in the year, the busier we get. So moving it forward, I think probably helps with conflicts, especially for anybody who's still doing anything related to the schools. So, I mean, that's one thing that stands out. If we're gonna have back-to-back meetings, April is better than May, usually, calendar-wise, district-wise.
we could certainly make April 14th work, if that's the,
So Dawn, you're saying your preference would be April 14th?
I am, yes.
Okay. Board, everybody okay with April 14th then as the new date for what would have been the April 21st meeting? Everybody's okay with that? Okay.
I will double check with Berthoud High School before our meeting.
Next week.
Yeah.
Okay.
so we'll make those changes, assuming Berthoud High's okay, and bring them back to the board next week for final approval.
There's no change needed for October, cause it has it in red.
No, that's just the Berthoud High,
That's the Berthoud High
just
School.
identifying those are in Berthoud, yeah.
Yeah, the fall holidays don't conflict.
Yep.
All right, so let's move to item 4.8, which is the standard action consent items. Anyone want to make a comment or have a question on any of the four? I think rather than dealing with these four items separately, I'll just ask if you'd like to make a comment just in general or specific to one of them. And Denise, I'll start with you.
I don't have any comments.
Okay. Dawn?
Yep, I'm good.
Okay, Nancy?
I just wanted to ask a couple clarifying on the Pulse contract. I saw the RFI, but who do I ask? Kelly, do I ask?
Zach, you wanna?
You know, you can come up, and Zach, if you want to join us.
Always asking me on this.
Kelly Sane, Chief Technology Officer.
I just wanted to have more understanding, so we're having to spend basically around 400,000 more because there's a delay in getting is it Zayo?
So no, we have currently spent, right now, as of April, we have spent $391,614.60 with Pulse. So we're asking to extend to July, so that's an increase of $12,343.60.
On the
Yeah, the change order is, in there, it does say change order to existing PO of 25K.
Yeah.
That's not accurate then.
Well, we extended it, when that went through, that was from March, so I'm giving you the most up-to-date from April. So it is an additional $25,000 to extend what we have currently done to be the end of July.
Okay, so I think the confusion is it's not quite written
Clear in
here.
that process.
Clear,
And-
okay.
and I understand. That makes-
Okay.
that makes a
Cause
lot
I
of
was like,
sense.
we're gonna go from 25,000 to 404.
No,
I had a
sorry.
little bit of heartburn when I saw it as well. Nancy.
Yes.
I did too.
So
I
we're
had a
adding
question about that.
25,000 to extend the work with Pulse until the end of July.
I see, we're only adding 25.
Yeah,
Okay,
because
it's
the
flipped.
Zayo work is taking longer than we
Correct.
initially planned, so.
Correct.
Okay.
And so we're on month to month with Pulse, and that just allows us to be able to extend that so we can continue the work.
Okay. Now it makes sense, they're just flipped.
So, you're okay?
We will get better at that communication so it doesn't look so confusing.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
Anything else?
I don't for you, but let me see whether anybody else on the board
There's
does. Lori?
just a misspelling of a word,
Pardon?
number 4, and it said Cantrax, look like Cantrax, instead of contracts.
Oh, okay, we can figure that out. Number 4.
But my question, thank you for the clarification on the.
Okay.
Thanks,
IT
Kelly.
stuff.
Alexandra, anything on the action consent items?
No.
All right. I do have a question regarding one of the contracts. And Zach, I imagine you're the one who would answer this. You could probably answer it where you are, but if you wanna join us up here at the table.
Sure.
I was curious as to the increase of $125,000 for NOAA Cares. I'm not familiar with NOAA Cares, and consequently, I don't know what an increase would be necessary for.
So I know, and Todd could probably speak better to this than I can, so maybe.
And I believe
All right.
I do want to clarify also, and Todd, when you come on up, but the way it's written in the memo, it looks like it's an increase of 125,000. I believe it's an increase to 125,000
Oh.
from 75.
That was my question,
Is
why
that
the
correct?
increase was
It's a
of.
$50,000 increase, not $125,000.
Correct, there's an original PO open at the beginning of the year. So NOAA Cares is our specialized transportation for IEPs, 504s.
Okay.
So it's an increase to
To,
125,
rather
because we
than
already
of,
have a PO
okay.
originally.
That takes care of my question then.
We should probably clarify
Yeah.
that,
Yes.
do the net increase as the.
Yeah, so we can update this memo for next week, so it's for anybody else.
Words do matter.
All right, so,
You guys
thank you,
good?
gentlemen. I do have one other question regarding the donation memo. I didn't see a donation memo, Dr. Heller, so I'm assuming we won't have one this month?
It's, so in the executive summary, there's one donation.
Oh, there is one donation.
If you look at the executive summary at the very top,
Okay.
As a donation of that e-bike valued at $2,300 to be used as a door prize at that Pizzoli dinner for the food pantry.
All right.
So that's the only donation we had this month, so there's not a memo or not a donation by itself, it's listed in the executive summary of that memo.
Okay, thank you. Could I have a volunteer then who would read that donation information?
I can do it.
Denise, thank you. Thanks, Zach. All right. We'll move then to section 5 of the agenda, which is updates, and that's me. And I have an update that you received, and I have an update that you didn't receive because I didn't get it until last night. And so I thought rather than sending it out, and it's fairly brief, I would just share that with you. First of all, regarding the two items which are listed first, which is Initiative 195, which is a graduated income tax, and then we've talked about Senate Bill 26135, which is state public K-12 education funding. Both of those are currently being discussed, or in some phase of being discussed at the legislative level. I wanted to explain to you a difference, though we haven't talked about 195 yet. 195 is an initiative rather than a bill, and as such, it will, if they gather enough signatures, it will go on to the November ballot. Not as because it went through the legislature, but as a citizen initiative. And so I wanted you to know that. Also, I do know that there are folks in our part of the state, and I'm assuming in other parts of the state as well, who are gathering petitions, who are very much in favor of this graduated income tax. I'm not going to read you the information because you have it. But I did want to just clarify that this is not a bill that's going to come out of the legislature. And as I said, we've discussed Senate Bill 26135 before. The only other item that I'd like to call attention to is Senate Bill 26129. The title of that bill is Mitigate Impacts of Tax Increment Financing. This was Senator Marchman's bill. She has pulled the bill and decided not to proceed with it due to lack of legislative support. Mike, do you want to comment on this? I don't know if you actually talked with somebody at CASB or
Yeah, I had a good conversation. It doesn't, I don't know how to, it was kind of tinkering at the margins a little bit, I think, because it's really, and I'm not sure kind of, it wouldn't really have a huge effect on finances. It was more just a reporting, a bureaucratic requirement of urban renewals and tax increment, of DDAs. So I think, I'm not sure if she's gonna keep pushing it, but it's not, wouldn't have a huge impact one way or the other.
All right, and it has been pulled for this year.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not going to be, it's not going to go into effect. All right, then the additional information that I have for you, and bear with me, I'm going to read this to you. It's not very long. Colorado lawmakers avoided major cuts to K-12, early childhood, and higher education funding in next year's budget proposal, despite an overall shortfall of more than $1.2 billion. For a period of time, we kind of felt like the sky was falling. Well, the sky is not falling, or at least not to the extent that it was. Major reductions proposed in the bill introduced Monday focus on Medicaid benefits and health care programs. The bill also cuts into state reserves. Because lawmakers are required to pass a balanced budget, that will happen before the end of the session on May 13th. That's the end of this year's legislative session. A Denver Democrat by the name of Representative Emily Sirota, she's chairman of the Joint Budget Committee, said during a news conference late last week that lawmakers wanted to avoid bringing back a maneuver called the budget stabilization factor. So in other words, the negative factor that school districts dealt with for many years and that really had a very negative impact on our financing. So they have tried to avoid bringing that back. Something else, spending on K-12 schools would increase to $10.2 billion statewide which is actually $184 million more than this year. And I had shared with you before, and you probably knew this from listening to the news, that that was not the expectation at all, that there was going to be less funding for education. Turned out there would be $184 million more for the upcoming school year. In order to make that happen, lawmakers will need to dip into state reserves to fund some of the increase. For example, the Joint Budget Committee proposed using the state's education savings fund to pay for statutorily required increases to funding for special ed, English language learners at risk, etc. And just a couple of other things. Budget lawmakers filed a House bill, number 1353, to alter the state's social studies test, and we have talked about that in the past. So it will be administered only to 7th grade public school students, and this move would save the state about $303,000 a year. Next, there's a House Bill 1357 that would phase out the state's teacher recruitment education program known as TREP. It would save about $1.6 million next year and about $3 million in the year after. This is a program which has been accessed and used in various parts of the state to start high school students on their journey toward becoming teachers. And the goal of this bill is to completely phase this out. I heard on the news this morning that there is a group composed of parents and students who are going to, I'm going to use the word rally, I'm not sure just what their political move will be, but they're very opposed to this. They've actually stopped some students in process if this were to pass, kids who are partway through the process. So we've talked about the fact that there's a need for more teachers. This is a program that actually added to the teacher pool potentially, and they're looking at completely phasing it out. I will say, as an individual board member, I'm going to look into this and may become involved as an individual in the effort to redeem this, because I think it's important. And finally, Colorado lawmakers want to reduce a grant fund to improve state math instruction by about $5.2 million. They wouldn't eliminate all of it, but they would eliminate part of it starting next year. And I guess the only other thing I'll mention is that the legislature is allocating no money for any new legislative priorities. So the decision was made to continue funding what they have funded in the past, but no new legislative priorities will be funded. So thank you for indulging me in that, but I thought this was important information for us to have.
If I could.
Do you have, yes, I was gonna ask for questions or comments.
Before obviously I know we're gonna ask Zach to come up and talk budget. I guess my comment around the state budget for public education would be, it could have been a whole lot worse, but I would also really caution us talking about it as it being a whole lot better. I don't think actually when we finally see the budget runs for what Thompson School District will receive, we are not going to see a significant increase in our funding, if you take into account also declining enrollment that's happening across the state. So I think there's a lot of things that they're cutting out of this program. You mentioned the T-REP program we were having conversations internally about how do we bolster our internal teacher preparation program pipeline for getting more people into the program, and those funds would be really instrumental in that, and they have been instrumental for other districts who've built really good programs. And so to see that going away and yet still not see much real increase to funding for K-12 public education is disappointing. That said, we were anticipating much worse potentially, and so sometimes I feel like that's the shell game, is they make you feel like it's gonna be really, really bad, and then when it's just a little bit bad, you feel thankful that all they did was not cut it as bad as they had maybe talked about. SOT, the specific ownership tax, they are not doing that this year, but they have not said they will not do it next year. They have just kind of kicked that can down the road and are saying it will come back up in the future. So yeah, the challenges are real, even with the better news than maybe we were anticipating.
All right. Before I bring Zach back up, Board, do you have any questions or comments about the legislative report? And Dawn, I would start with you.
No, thank you.
All right, Mike?
I just have one, the SB 26139, the workforce housing.
Yes.
I think that's worth, I'm not gonna kind of stake a position at this point, but I do think it's something worth watching, especially since they're offering, schools to use the COPs as a financing mechanism.
Yeah.
Yep.
I do think, teacher housing, I have a lot of thoughts on it, which I'll keep to myself for now, but I do think it's an important issue and it's something we should keep an eye on. So.
Okay.
And where that one leads.
And if I could, I will say just last week, Todd and I met with Habitat and talked about how to help navigate some of the challenges that have existed in the past about using district land to build affordable housing for staff. I think there's a desire to help us, but I will tell you, it also feels very frustrating at times to try to navigate it. It feels almost like a impossible uphill battle. This, at least on the surface, seems like a really good potential opportunity that I think we're gonna have to look into further. Talking to some of the lobby groups like CASE and things like that, a lot of them are in kind of an amend position right now. They're saying, we like a lot about what we see, but there's some questions and some concerns, but yeah, I think there's a lot of potential here. We know how hard it is to find housing that is affordable enough for all of our employers, so there's a great possibility here.
All right, and what Dr. Heller is referring to is on your legislative update report. It's Senate Bill 26139. So, Nancy, anything, comments about the report?
No,
Or
because I could
the
probably talk all
content of
night
the
about all
report.
the bills, so we'll just skip it.
Well, you make it your chance.
Okay, so shall I move to Lori?
I would be cautiously optimistic until that gavel pounds
Correct.
on the 13th, but it is overall good news.
All right, Alexander?
No, thank you.
All right, and Denise?
So are we going to shut down our teacher preparation program or?
So no, currently we have that teacher cadet program. There's no plans to shut that down. I
'Cause
think
we don't have the trap.
we don't have, but we were talking about trying to expand it and really try to build a kind of a more robust pipeline, both for students, but also we would like to do something that would allow non-licensed staff to work internally to get their certification if that's something they're choosing to do. So we're gonna have to figure out, working with some other districts who already have figured out ways to do that, how to maybe do that if these dollars don't exist, how we can maybe navigate that. But yeah, nothing's planned to be shut down, but we may not be able to expand as rapidly as we were hoping.
All right. I don't have any comment about my own report, so we will move on. Mike, do you have anything that you wanna, do you have a Laura report?
No, the next meeting I believe is in May, so.
Okay, all right. So we are going to leave the update section of the agenda and move to the discussion section. We decided to make 6.1 the budget update and software update report. Mike asked if we could limit that to about 10 minutes. So Zach, I'll ask you to join us again. And if anybody is coming with you.
Tiffany's
Bring your
gonna-
friend.
Okay.
Tiffany's gonna help me too. So, budget update. So we are working diligently to finish the budget update. I know where we are. I'm tracking towards having preliminary budgets completed in May, like we did last year. I know that we're a bit behind on staffing plans, and that's kind of the crux of where we are on, getting rough numbers. I know that, when the long bill passes, that's kind of what we know. One of the things that kind of gives me, making sure that we're absolutely clear like what those numbers are, because I know last year we made some pay raise increases on anecdotal information that didn't come to fruition, so I'm a bit cautious about declaring victory on what our budget looks like before we really have solid numbers. I'm fairly confident that they're not going to move much, but I'm a glasses half empty kind of guy. So-
Until May 13th happens, right?
Right. So that's kind of my overall. We're working hard, but Tiffany, maybe you could help us. I know that we're close on staffing, and so once that happens, then everything will kind of fall together. So I don't know if you can speak to that or where.
Tiffany Rogers, Chief Human Resources Officer. Thanks for having me. Giving an update on the staffing plan. So those are the ones that are related to building FTE. And we are in the process of wrapping those up. We are working with the student numbers that we had. There was a reduction in staff at the building level that was related solely on student count. And so we do have some non-probationary teachers that we are working through the process of placing in other positions in the district. And once that is complete, we will be able to wrap up the staffing plans and then provide the numbers for Bob and Zach to give us final approval to move forward and then begin hiring in those techniques. So we're in, hopefully, I'm hoping we will have that wrapped up by the next week at the latest. So.
Yeah. So when it comes to, and this kind of dovetails into the budget software. So my aim is, my vision for the way that the budget is going to be done. The budget software is not going to be done in time for us to approve the budget. So what I'm doing in tandem is developing it the way that it looks in my head for presentation. So I know that there's a lot of improvements. The presentation of the budget book is going to be different than what it was last year because I know that we're going to implement, our revenues and fund balances up front so that we're appropriating that. We're also going to be implementing 3 years of actuals along with our budgets, things like that are kind of more industry standard that haven't been done in the past. But most importantly, when we have all our budgets, the budgets are going to be exactly where they are. So when they're all ready, I have templates that I've pulled out of the Unis software, which is our budget software. And so once we have the blessing, then all we have to do is upload it into the budget software, and then we can kind of march on from that point. And so that's kind of another part of the puzzle here, is doing it in 2 different environments. And so once we're ready outside UNA, then we can just implement it. So there's a lot of things, more technical aspects that we haven't been doing in the past. But like, I know that when we presented the budget updates, there's a lot of variances that cause a lot of confusion. That has a lot to do with this, and so with that we're budgeting for those transfers in particular, and reallocations of how we're allocating expenses to Fund 12 and Fund 13 and whatnot like that, and so they kind of line up to where the spending or where the actuals are going to land, and that's kind of another part of this equation that we're aiming for. So then when we're talking about the budget software is going really good. I think we'll see a lot of improvement as to how this flow happens. We meet with them multiple times a week. Actually, we just had a trainer on Monday. So when it comes to, there's a lot of facets that are going to change, but like one of the in particular that we talked about on Monday was how we're doing. I couch them in 3. I have enhancements, which are net increases to the budget, redeployments if we're going to take something and put it to something else, and then decreases, and so then we can submit those changes in. And so that's one kind of facet that's going to be great for this new budget software. But then most importantly, the dashboarding that comes with it, so we can so that we can go out and publish it out to the community and they can see what's going on. And so based on your questions, I know what's important to the board, and so we can also implement that when we update it into the budget software. So student ratios might be one of those big, huge kind of dashboard items that we put in there, but one of the things that we will need to be cognizant about is like, what is our definition and how are we defining these measurements when it comes to like what does it cost to run a school or a classroom or ratios and things like that. And so we have to just, that's kind of one of the things that we're also talking about is definitionally, what does that look like in this system? And so that's kind of where we are right now.
I wouldn't mind if I could just, because I know one of the questions I think, Nancy, that you asked is obviously we're in this period we're all in right now. We've just talked about state revenue and what we hope that it's going to be compared to what we thought it might be. And we're also in the middle of negotiations. That group has been doing a lot of really good work. Coming up next week at the regular meeting, you're going to get to hear a presentation during the regular meeting from kind of both TSD and TEA as a joint presentation to talk about kind of the process so far, some of the things, some of the progress they've made. That night we'll do an executive session for the board to kind of talk strategy around some of these things, because one of the big questions everybody has is compensation, right? I think given the financial situation that we're all in and the need to try to stay competitive and continue to at least do cost of living or try and do something for our employees, we need to have some conversations around compensation. What I've asked Bob is, when we sit in that room, or prior to us sitting in that room, for you guys to at least have some better projection of what do we think we're looking at in terms of revenue. Again, to our point, until they gavel and go home, there's no guarantee, but we would like to be able to say, based on this new information, here's the projections of what our revenue would be. The staffing plans are complete, so we kind of know how the reductions that have been made in the system are impacting our budget. So here's what's left over, right? If we don't make any other changes in terms of going into our reserves further or any of those things to talk about compensation, so that the board at least can give input to myself, to Tiffany, to Sarah, to Bob on what is the board's comfort level that we can take back to negotiations in terms of these continued conversations about compensation. So I do agree, you need some level of what's the projection that we're working off of to help inform the input that you guys give us.
Right?
Are we going around or?
Yes, I was actually going to start with you. He may have answered some of the questions that you had, but maybe not. So anyway, go ahead.
I think, so the main reason I wanted this update is I appreciate the conversation about the increased revenue, but as someone who's worked with budgets for many years, I mean, here's revenue, but that's not the only thing. We
Right.
have expenses. And so when we're looking at this, what I don't want is we go into the meeting, it's like, oh, we're actually gonna have X revenue, but we don't know the other piece of the expenses, and not just staffing expenses, but non-FTE, because while staffing makes up a large chunk, non-FTE is also there. And so my other concern is, and I don't know if this would have to happen in the executive, is what I wanna make sure is that we're really truly looking at what does administration need to run the district well and efficiently, and if maybe admin might have to pick up some slack so that we can protect the classroom. Because I'll be honest, I'm not interested in having cuts in the classroom, but then I see that admin costs, whether FTE or non-FTE, haven't really decreased much. That's very important to me that we protect the classroom. So that's why this conversation is very important to me. And so I appreciate on the software update, I can't wait till it's here, but when we go into this negotiations next week, I just wanna have a sense of, if we agree to these raises, what are we doing throughout the rest of the district? And I use Dawn's phrase, don't shoot me, but I've been in companies where we've given raises to the employees, and the director, executive staff, we sucked it up and we didn't take raises, nor did we get bonuses, so that everybody else could. Now, I know that that's something that was never considered here. I tried to have it considered, but it was always.
It has been considered, it has been done.
Okay, Dawn, you have yours, I have mine.
Facts
So-
are facts. I'm just clarifying that we have done it recently. Maybe not in your time on the board, but recently.
Well, thank you. So that's just something that's, I think, it's important to have all the, so we can make the right decisions for everybody, including especially the classroom.
Do you have any other questions for Zach? Okay. Laurie, move to you.
None at this time, because I was not expecting this to be on our agenda.
So no. Okay, Alexander.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, Denise.
I very much appreciate you delivering a great presentation on the spur of the moment. So thank you. I'm very curious on how it all comes together over the next several weeks. So I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot of you or hearing a lot from you as things come together.
Yeah, we're working extremely hard to make sure that we make this the way that it should, what we're imagining, so it'll be much better.
I do want to highlight Zach and his team and Bob and the business services team, because I am new to the district, and so just working through the process and ensuring they had office hours and such to work with our teams to be able to ensure that we were placing things in the correct coding and things like that, so I appreciated that was a lot of extra work on their part while doing the software, so it's very appreciative for those of us that are in leadership roles in district.
All right. Dawn?
So one of the things that we're gonna need to have that discussion next week about strategy, I think would be a breakdown that is more detailed about APT, because APT is not, it's a very large group of people who make very diverse amounts of salary. And so often when this comes up, we just recognize that, yep, it's not all our superintendent and cabinet. It is also, some of our professionals who are even interns, right? But yet we don't have the bands. And I would say that in order to have a discussion around asking one group to sacrifice, I really want to get discreet about that, because we are talking about some employees that are making considerably less than others, and I can't have that conversation really well if they're all grouped together. So I know that's possibly a lot of extra information, but I'm gonna need it in order to have that conversation.
Yep, absolutely.
All right. Mike?
I don't have anything, thank you.
All right. I don't have anything additionally to add or to say. Do you have the information from the board, the additional information that you need to come back to us in a week with answers?
As far as I was shared some questions, is that what you're referring to, or?
I think we want to make sure that at the point that you leave the meeting tonight, that you have from us some type of direction or questions or whatever, so that when we meet again in a week, people aren't saying, well, I thought you were going to talk about such and such.
Okay,
So I think that's important.
Yeah, so what I heard is the detail on the APT, the full blowout. If we're, yeah, so if we're talking about 150 APT, you want to know the full detail on the APT so that we can make more informed decisions on.
I would say chunks would be decent, right? So, I mean, it doesn't have to be person by person, because actually that's inappropriate, I believe, but,
I go position by position.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I can work with Bob.
So I will say that they are working on one of the questions you had asked for, which is kind of just ratios by different group, right? So teacher ratios, like all of those things. So we are working on that work behind the scenes. Bob will be in that executive session and planning to talk about what you discussed, revenue, expenditures, what are our projections looking like, and then we can look at by position group, because to Dawn's point, we in this district lump everything in APT into this big bucket, but that is a very diverse bucket of a lot of different positions, and so that can be sometimes misleading for folks who think that's all just administrative personnel, when it's often many people who are not that.
And just to clarify, I wasn't talking about all of APT,
Sure.
just the upper level.
Yeah.
Zach, anything else that you're not sure about in terms of what people said to give you direction moving forward?
Yeah, so the detail on the APT, and then we have the detail on the cost when it comes to the admin, just holistically, is that kind of what you're looking for there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I think, again, you only have a week, so we can't overload you. But just to give us some sense of, if the admin costs per student, non-FTE, FTE, I don't know, the last 3 years has been X. What is it now? Especially since, the enrollment's going down.
And Nancy, is it in the questions you provided?
I think a lot of it is.
It is, and I think we'll be prepared to talk about the staffing reductions in terms of what we believe those dollar amounts will equal, both at the building level, the administrative level, right? So what are those reductions that have already been identified? What are those reductions in dollars? And how does that actually fit into the overall budget in terms of increased revenue, which again, I don't think is gonna be a significant amount. And then these reductions, where does that have us in terms of what's available for the board to even consider talking about when it comes to increased compensation?
Okay.
But could I just ask and I apologize, Sue, I do think it's important, and I'm tracking kind of where this is going, but I do think benchmarking that against peer districts is important as well. I don't, because it's kind of what's too much or what's too little. We have to have administrative staff. I mean, that's it's part of the equation. But what's industry? What's kind of the industry average or the industry standard for and how do we compare? Are we high? Are we low? Are we in the middle? Because I don't want to. I feel like it's kind of, we're just like taking a guess sometimes, and I'd like to kind of see. I'd like to just kind of have some context. That's all.
Sure.
Yeah, and that's a fair point, and benchmarking is really important. We can work on that. The tricky thing with that is comparing us to comparables. So, similar size, similar
student
cost of living,
right?
Student, things like that. So
It's Littleton.
So yes, I agree with you that is, we might even be looking at districts not in Colorado to kind of compare to. So yeah, we'll definitely do that. Yeah, take that into consideration.
To your point, Mike, one of the things we talked about a lot was, even as cabinet, as we were talking about administrative reductions and potentially eliminating of positions, or one of the things we talked a lot about was how do we do that in a way that doesn't have the work that those people were doing start getting felt at the building level, right? Where now you're putting extra work on building staff, and so that doesn't get us any further, and it actually puts more on the folks at the buildings who are trying to get, whose plates are already plenty full. So to your point, being strategic about it and saying like what things can get absorbed and what things can't get absorbed. So,
All right.
Thank you, Zach. Thank you, everybody, for humoring me.
yeah, thanks.
Well, it's not humoring you. You're asking a reasonable
Yes.
question. That's part of what we're supposed to do. And Zach and Tiffany, we recognize we're giving you a week to accomplish this. So please understand that. And if you come back to us with, we could give you some of the information that you asked for. We didn't have enough time to get the other. We understand that.
I also want to point out that we will have, this will not be our last executive session around negotiations. This will not be our last opportunity. This is just the next opportunity. So this will be an ongoing conversation.
All right, thank you. All right. We're moving to the item that is now 6.2, which is Mary Blair Use Review. And Todd, I assume that's probably you.
Yes,
And friends.
Todd and team, and all my learning service friends are joining today. So tonight for review is actually a very exciting, heartwarming project that we've been working on. So before we get to that part, that's what my friends here are going to talk about. Just a review of how we got here. So real quick, little history about Mary Blair. Obviously it was closed as part of the consolidation for PQ. We quickly, within a short time frame, negotiated a contract with YMCA to turn it into a community center. For reasons beyond our control, that community center cannot happen, financial distress from YMCA. They told us they couldn't do that. So we terminated the contract. We did look at also the next option was what would it look like if we sold the asset. That's the next page there. The challenge with selling the asset, as we looked at the plot, you can see that Mary Blair's on the top right, that white kind of rectangle. The track to PBA really is right on the back door. There's not much parking. So as we looked at it, it really wasn't attractive for other entities to come in. So traffic, the traffic coming in, the parking, and then the way we would have to subdivide the lot, it would really just be a building with no other pieces to it. So what we did is we started a process, this is probably 6-8 months ago, with all divisions. So this didn't just start with learning services. There was a question about how do we get to this point in these programs. We actually did a few meetings, collaboration with all divisions within the district. So when I talk about all, it was HR, IT, all the pieces that say, okay, what can this be? You know, if we envision this into our needs and we go to this step of talking about programming, what really is the highest need for the district? So that's the exciting part. So through all that collaboration with different district divisions, we really came down to 2 programs that really fit in there. So the 2 programs in general are the green, which Jesse will talk about, is Family Center. And then the pinkish color is really specialized programs for highly impacted students. There's some other multi-purpose, but those are the 2 main programs that we looked at going in there. And then also you'll see on the right, the other piece we looked at, which you'll see in another slide, is Community Connections. We own a separate building now for Community Connections that's off of Madison. Works okay there, but we have an opportunity then when we look at cost, and you'll see the cost savings of actually this whole project in its entirety, to make a special place for Community Connections. So this isn't about just flopping over because it fits. There's actually a plan that we'll talk about what that could look like or will look like in the end. So the next slide is just really what this looks like. So there's really the programs that will be housed there. So that's, when we talk about all the different programs and our friends from Learning Services talk about it, this is really what we narrowed it down to. The next slide, what we want to provide is just an overview of cost. So we presented this to the Master Plan Committee last, what was it, about a month and a half ago now. And the question was, what does this look like in kind of a business model? How is this, is this going to cost the district? What does this do? So we put together this estimated cost savings for the first year. So you'll see in the end, it's a cost savings to us. Patty will talk a little bit about the line items for transportation out of district and ESS placement and how this will help us save those costs. But the other thing we found was when you look at different leases we have, not only do we have Community Connections in another building, we had SWAT program paying a lease somewhere else in downtown Loveland. We have a LEAP program that we have an annual lease that we can also be more efficient with our asset and pull them into district facilities without leasing a facility. So you can see this was a snapshot of the projected savings. The recommendation here is eventually to sell the asset, which is Community Connections, and then reinvest that into this building, really to create that space for Community Connections that is meaningful for them. One thing going into this project that we talked about is we didn't want this just to be because we have space, put people there, make it purposeful and meaningful. And when you go to the building, you can see this asset for the community and for the district. So from there, I will turn it over to Patty and friends to walk through more details about the programming.
Good evening, Mr. President, Dr. Heller, and school board members. So we have some really super exciting things that we would love to see happen for our community. We have, like we said, a special education type and supporting some behaviors. We
have lots of community partnerships that we really wanna lift and move forward. And we have, family and community engagement center pieces that, these guys will be sharing. It is exciting because it is innovative, it is the ability for us to keep our own students here, and do, it's access and it is, strengths-based to really help support students where they are and move them, where they need to be with those supports and with family partnerships. So without further ado, I'm gonna hand it over to these guys so they can explain the parts of this puzzle.
So I'll just take a few minutes to thank you again. I know I've been in front of you all a few times already, in front of a few folks. And I had mentioned before that, you know, a strong educational system is rooted in its community, as well as a strong community is rooted in its educational system. And education is oftentimes measured by gaps, right? Achievement gaps, belief gaps. What we have here is opportunity. You know, it's really looking at it in the context that, yes, there are these gaps that are socioeconomical, that are academic. However, one of the true ways to find a way to eliminate those disparities is through partnerships of learning. And there's nothing more strong than partnering with families of the students they love on, and also the community assets that we have. And for the last 2.5 years, we've been doing some really strong things through one room at the Family Center in Stansbury, and we've appreciated our time there. However, this really plays into the two things that I believe a learner really wants, and that's to play, and that's to be bigger, to expand. So this is a way to expand and provide avenues of opportunity to district-wide folks beyond which is oftentimes in alignment with improvement dollars at the state and federal level for Title I schools or those that are based on a rank order of particular need. So before I hand it over to Ryan, who really takes care of that piece around FSCP work in the community and with our schools and our specialists, I just wanted to share that piece to you of how, as Patty mentioned and as Todd had mentioned, you know, these are great opportunities, they're very innovative, and they really help us grow and begin to mitigate some of the issues that we run into, things like when we think about poverty and socioeconomic status and those types of barriers that do exist within educational systems. As we may decrease in enrollment, we may also increase in opportunity to begin to really attract other folks to come back into our school district if they are leaving for other reasons that we may not know of. That being said, I'm gonna go ahead and hand it over to Ryan McDougall, who is our coordinator of state and federal programs.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having us. Like Jesse said, my name is Ryan McDougall. I have the privilege of serving in the state and federal programs underneath Jesse, and specifically around FSCP work. You have this, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so I provided a whole bunch of acronyms because if education is good at anything, it's having a bunch of acronyms that you have to figure out what they are. So if at any point in time I say something that you're like, what is that? Please ask. But I tried to give you a definitive list of this presentation of what we're doing. So Todd, do you have the controls? Do you mind going? Yeah, thank you. So what we're looking at is what is the purpose? It's always good to start with why are we doing this? And so I had a chance to sit down with our team and really dream about what we could do with this space and what we could do with our team and how we would expand. And so we put down some of our ideas of what this would provide for our community. It would provide a welcoming and supportive environment for all TSD families. So this is not just directed at a few families. Everybody has access to this FACE Center. We really want to be able to support families who are new to our system. That kind of the idea of first impressions in our climate of where we're declining enrollment. One of the best things that we can do is when we have an opportunity to connect and work with families that we put our best foot forward. And so we also have an opportunity for students who are new to the U.S. education system. So this is a place in which we can support families who are newcomers to not only our community but the country. One of the things that I think we really do a good job, and Jesse alluded to this as a team, is we're really starting to gather insight and input from the lived experiences of our families. And I think this is one of the major things that our team does. Instead of saying you know, this is something that we believe that you all should be doing, or that you feel that we need to have some changes or anything like that, we're asking families for that input and getting real data from them. We also want to have an opportunity for us to access and provide learning and knowledge, and we'll talk a little bit about what that space might look like, and the ability to access and attend to basic needs from our families within the community. And really, overall, increase joy in our community. This is a really neat space. I hope that my enthusiasm is coming out. This has been a lot of fun to be able to dream about what we can do. And I don't have all the history behind this building, so when you hear me speak, it's going to be from the last couple of years of like, what is this opportunity? So please forgive me if I say anything that is a little bit off there. The way that I organized the presentation is kind of by space, because that space leads to what's happening within that space. And so the first, as you walk into, if you can picture the map from the parking lot area, when you were to walk in, thank you very much. If you, the two green spaces on the bottom left there, I believe 193 and 192, does that look right? That would be the kind of the welcoming area as families would come in. What we envision is having a welcome space to the right there, and a kind of a family looking area, maybe a living room if you will picture that, space for families to come in and feel comfortable and welcome. It looks very similar to what our current family center looks like, but expanded out. So the ability to be able to house more folks, to be able to have a little bit more room and a little bit more comfort. If you wouldn't mind going back to that, make sure I capture all of it, of those two spaces. Yeah, so the idea of having a gathering space, we would be able to have some semi-private spaces for conferring with families as they come in, that we would be able to have a place for young children when they come in as well. So a lot of times, one of the challenges for families is if they have young children, they're coming in to be able to access resources. We would be having an area that would look kind of like a living room, where they would have books, they would have puzzles, games, things to occupy within sight of parents while they're there. Next one. One of the things that we have really expanded upon in the last couple of years is our work with food pantries at our sites. I have the very distinct privilege of working with FSCP specialists who are at 7 of our title schools and 1 that is at the Family Center currently. Those 7 sites, well, those 7 school sites and then the 1 district site, we have a pantry in each one of those at varying degrees of, what's the word I'm looking for? How far they are along. How about that? For 7 o'clock at night, sorry. Yeah, the progress, yes, of them, thank you. And so we have 2 sites, the one at Stansbury and then one at Sarah Milner, that are actually a part of the Nourishing Network with the Food Bank for Larimer County. And so they're able to shop there, I believe it's twice a month, and they've just recently gained a level to be able to access food to bring back to their sites and to be able to distribute within the community. The food bank identified Sarah Milner as a place that they're not currently serving, that particular geographic region of Loveland, and then the Family Center being able to access for all of our families were the 2 sites that we chose. And so what we would do is take the food pantry that is currently at Stansbury and move it over and expand it out at this location. The next one that we would have then is also connected, which would be in the next slide, it will be the clothing closet. And we currently have a small clothing closet located at the Stansbury site, but we also have them within each one of the schools. They have various degrees of that being in progress as well. Thank you for that word, by the way. I was really struggling with it. And so, and right now we are working with risk management and some conversations around what that looks like for intake of donations and things like that. But we anticipate being able to use a single, what would essentially be a classroom for that building, and splitting it into 2 parts to be able to use both ideas there. And then we have a wonderful, highly mobile team that works with our youth who are identified as foster or who are utilizing services in McKinney-Vento. Means that students who lack a fixed nighttime place. And so this team would have their services located there as well. A couple of the big things that they would have is they have some emergent needs that might go there. So whereas we have the food pantry and the clothing closet for the entire district and access there, we do have through funding some things that are specifically for those groups of families. We also have a partnership with Souls for Souls, and I don't know who has 500 pairs of shoes, but they might. It takes up a lot of space. And so we have that's donated every single year to us now for the past, I believe, 3 years. And we've been able to distribute out, and not used shoes. These are brand new pairs of shoes and very, and excellent quality. And so we've been able to do that for the past couple of years. So this will be the main location for these. And one of the things that has come out in the last couple of years around post-secondary is that we have opportunities to work with students who have been identified as foster, that they have access to higher education. And so this is an area in which we can work with students and what that looks like to apply to colleges, what does it look like to connect with counselors at those things and to go through that process.
And to add to that, the last time we were able to present at the school board study session, we were at 10 kids that had applied to either Empower Ed or Foster Ed to receive free public tuition at a Colorado college. We are at 20 right now, so we are planning to cohort that group next year. Great news.
A couple other things the Highly Mobile team does. They have resource events in which they have nights and that we can bring in families. They're well attended. Right now we have them at different schools. This is a central site that we could have families come in as well. And then of course space for us to do the work that we do. And so this Highly Mobile team, if you go to the next one, I think I have it. No, I'm sorry. The Highly Mobile team will be able to work there in a space. There are currently 5 total staff members that we would have office space there. And by office, I put that in quotes. This is where we got to dream a little bit. And so there's a couple of different spaces that we have visions for, but they're not completely fleshed out, but we would like to be able to work in some of these things. One of them is the art and creative space that would be shared within the district, but also in the community. We have an artist in residence that we are partnered with that we would love to have come in. Jesse, maybe we can talk a little bit more about the mural that we were looking to do and then what that might look like for him. And then an art and a makerspace, hopefully with 3D printers, some things and some spaces to where our students and our youth can take advantage of this space. And then we have a bike and skateboard repair shop, which we're hoping that at some point in time we can really connect with Community Connections later on in that work within the bike repair space. And then have a little bit of an area for skateboards. It is a love of Jesse's, and kids love skateboards. They really do. And it is a mode of transportation in which a lot of our youth utilize to get around town. And so
and like as Ryan had mentioned, we're working with youth that are either unaccompanied or in foster. Both research will say about the therapeutic impact it has for students to skateboard or to rollerblade or to scooter or to bicycle. But most importantly, the majority of youth that we provide skateboards or modes of transportation for, it's an essential use of transportation to get them to school. And if they break down, they may not be able to get to school. So this is a great opportunity through support through other foundations to have accessible tools, accessible resources and materials to ensure that that does not happen or that they can be fixed in a timely manner. It's not only for fun, but it actually is.
And then, as Todd said, you can see some of the purple on the map as well. And so right now we have the auxiliary gym is being utilized by our boxing after school program. And then let's see, the multi-use space is the gym, right? Because you took numbers off from me. The multi-use space is what is the gym / cafeteria slash the multi-space that a lot of our schools have. Yeah, so the very big one in the middle there, that can be used for district level trainings, can be used for events. And do you want to speak to the?
So, you know, I've seen a lot of school districts have a family center. I was blessed enough to help open one up at Greeley District 6. What we didn't really have access to is to community centers, to community events. I'm not sure if you've all been to the Link Library in Greeley. So if you haven't, take a little trip, it's beautiful. And it's successful around a community piece. You know, when we're looking at really providing partnership opportunities for our families, that multi-purpose room of community center can help really assist and host events such as like a rite of passage event, such as a community event, such as a focus session, a principal circle, more at a centralized location that's not site-based, which also provides comfort to those families that it's a more neutral place to meet. One of the other things that I envision too is, you know, if we're looking at SEL or mental wellness, what's it look like to have an open gym on a Saturday morning where, you know, folks can bring their kids and also play along? You know, there's a lot of access to open space around there. One of the things that I was looking at is, since we do have partnerships with Souls for Souls, what is it to provide families with a pair of sneakers and do walk and talks? You know, really imagine how we connect with students, or really connect to some of the work that we're already doing around the TSD Connected Conversations project. So there's a lot of opportunity, as I said earlier, that the multi-purpose spaces will bring not only within the district with our stakeholders, but within community partners as stakeholders, as well as we've already taken advantage with the boxing club that's already accessible to our middle school youth.
I'm going to interrupt you for just a second. We had allocated 30 minutes for this part of the agenda, so could I ask you to maybe summarize and speed up a little bit?
Definitely.
moving forward?
We're almost here at the end, at least for my part.
Okay.
So, yeah, we could keep it right. So we already spoken a little bit about the staff. Staff officer, we can skip that stuff. If you wanted to go just straight to the comprehensive needs assessment, right there. I mean, I'll make this quick. So, someone had mentioned, I believe it was you, Don, around the comprehensive needs assessment that was done for Head Start or early childhood. Very similar around the Title I world. So these are some of the data points that we really look at for the quantitative piece. Go ahead and go to the next slide, Todd. But most importantly for us, as Ryan mentioned earlier, we look at the qualitative piece. You know, we've been on the mantra this year that after every quantitative data point, there's a qualitative story. Which lets us know that they are much more than the circumstances that they're experiencing. You know, so that's a beautiful thing. And here are the funding sources. You know, fortunately for us, we are state and federally funded, protected dollars. They may be slow in release due to situations around the federal government right now. However, you know, this would be the staffing and how it supports through Title I. Through all the Title Is, we get homeless set aside, parent set aside. Those are connected to the specialists. Also in provision, we get professional development opportunities. We get opportunities like engagement nights. Of course, resources around the essential needs. You can go to the next slide. And these are the other two grants that are really significant when you look at our highly mobile youth, which is the Educational Stability Grant, the ESG grant, the Education of Homeless Children and Youth grant, the EHCY grant, which was formerly known as the McKinney-Vento Assistance Act grant. And elevating partnerships, these are folks that we've already been in discussion with to really elevate. We've spoken a little bit to them, and I'll go ahead and just hand this over to Patty Burton.
Well, I will make this short and sweet, because you guys can reach out with more questions or have questions here. This is designed around, they're coming into the school district. There were some things that we needed to work on that I heard loud and clear. One was really specializing in very unique, intensive, specialized programming for students that need that, like significant services. And another was behavior. And how can we help support that? And then just for, there's some middle school with behavior as well too, but not necessarily in special education. We also don't have any in-person supports with our students who are on expulsion. And so This is designed to be very cost effective by supporting the youth in our current online platforms, but with in-person support. Because a lot of times when students have made bad choices, they get further behind and can't access some of the online programming. So cost neutral with having students be having online access, but also having the intervention and support, not only to keep up with academics, but also to make really a strong community-based plan for restorative, working with multi-agents and agencies, and really being able to tap into the students' strengths while being able to really understand where they may have gone wrong and how to course correct that. So we're really moving them in the right direction. What this is not is a place to just send people. This is a place of pride with our heads up, really ensuring that our students know we see you, we get you, and we got some work to do. With really strong paths of transitioning back and forth from a brick and mortar school, with where we are always, every student belongs to every single one of us, so we're all in connection and communication with those pathways back and forth. We also have Sierra School, which houses middle school and high school for our students in special education with intensive behavioral needs. And this would allow us to move that program so that it's more developmentally appropriate with not having high schoolers in that area for a middle school program. We don't have an elementary day treatment, and we do have some needs, and we send students out. There's a huge challenge in that for actually all grade levels, in that the spaces are few and far between. Many school districts are needing to, or social service are sending students out of state if there's like a bed. And and then kids are on wait lists. So while they're on a wait list, we don't have a transition, which this would be helpful. But really, if we can provide the strong staff with RVTs, BCBAs, these are all acronyms, I apologize, but and therapy, not only could we also benefit by bringing in some of the Medicaid funds back, because these are health services, we don't have those gaps. And then we can work much closer with the community that we know. The gas prices are not helping, even getting drivers and transportation from our most significant students can be very challenging. So and sometimes they send our students back without even a week of transition. And that's no good for any student in this school district by ripping up supports that they have, or for parents. This also can give another opportunity to this is a problem of practice for many local school districts, and we already are contracting with some students from different districts for our Sierra services. So we can actually also be providing services, which would be revenue coming in for those costs. And I can't speak enough of, I belong on this board, it's LICOG is what I call it, but it's like the Larimer County Interagency, and the county commissioner is on there, and all these players around, and every social entity is funds DHS, and we work with law enforcement and people who are on diversion and housing, and we are like, okay, before we were like, we have a duplication of services. Now it's like, no, we have to come in and support services. So we are thinking of this wraparound model with a student and a family who might be working with multiple agencies to like, we're gonna come to the table and do what's best for this family. We wanna lift the Center for Family. They used to be housed there, strong community partnership. and then the Sunrise Health Clinic. They're all right there. And it's very close to a bus stop. So families are able to come if transportation is a barrier, and our public transportation works with us so well that I know that they would work with us. So that is a nutshell of some of those pieces that we're going to be having in place, and it will be a transition. We're gonna be looking at programming in stages as we go in. So we are obviously very excited. I have to also brag, the state is referring school districts who may be needing more monitoring in Title Fund use to us because of the powerful work of the Family School Partnership work. They say Thompson is where to go and where we get help, and showing even our apps of what we are doing to support kids. This is gonna be an innovative piece for our community, and it's gonna be very special for how we help support our families and our kids.
That is it. Any questions?
Oh, all right. Let's see. Lori, I think I'll begin with you with questions.
Okay, thank you. I know when the YMC part of theirs was ADA access, am I correct that was some of their challenges? I guess my question is, will we need to do, since it's still owned by the district, I think you can forego that, but I wanna make sure that there's, that we are ADA compliant for, obviously, because of the services that you're proposing here. What's the budget on that? Are there any pressing needs that need to be addressed?
Yes. There is bond dollars that's allocated to this project because of the condition of it. It's been kind of set idle for so long, so the parking lot's getting resurfaced. As part of that, there is concrete curb work and ramps and access to get into the building, which includes then parking spots and those pieces, so. Yeah, we're doing that as part of the bond dollars.
Question in regard to the food bank access. I mean, that is literally within walking distance,
Mhm.
and I see the food pantry also. I kinda almost see that as a duplication of services to a degree, because, it's literally down and over. the streets.
So I would say yes and no. I think the intentionality will mitigate that. However, Ryan and I were speaking today. He actually took a trip to the food bank for Larimer County, and prior to that, there were folks that had already accessed the bank. So it was really minimal what we were able to access. So we are competing with other folks for the food bank for Larimer County. And based on our partnership, it's not so much of overlap of service, it's security that the families that we have identified with the highest need will attain those services since they're gonna be accessing it through us. Does that make some sense?
I guess kind of.
Yeah, so we
I
see
just-
ourselves as a stopgap service, right? We're not there to replace the food bank of
Not
Larimer
at all.
County. There's no way we could do that.
Right.
So when you see these things at our individual schools, I mean, they're being cleaned out. So it's not like stuff is sitting on our shelves for long periods of time. So there is a need that's there, and we have not figured out whether that need is, I need this between Monday and Wednesday for when then I get to be able to get to the food bank to be able to go, or whether it's, I feel very comfortable walking into our schools, which is probably what I suspect, is how welcoming our schools are to our families, and that's where they feel comfortable being able to access those things. And so, I mean, I've worked with Zach for the last 2 years, and like, they wanna expand what we do because they're seeing such use of those particular programs, so.
Additionally,
I'm sorry?
Additionally, the food bank is open limited hours that don't work for school at all.
Right.
So if you're a staff member, a student, any of that, you can't access it
Yeah.
because it's not available during these hours.
And I can't remember who mentioned it earlier and what the content was, but we are helping parents understand where they go to access things too. So there's a little bit of, I don't wanna call it training, but maybe support and guidance and mentorship, about how to plan out, you know, some of those access to resources as well.
And where's the Sunrise, you mentioned the Sunrise Health Clinic?
Yeah, it's on PVA's, campus.
Yeah,
It's right
is it like the
between Mary
beginning,
Blair and
one of the
PK.
very beginning?
Oh, okay, I was just looking for where it was.
No, it's not here, I can show you if you go back to one of the very beginning slides.
Okay, I'm good.
It's walking distance.
Alexandra?
It's right here in that building right
Oh,
there.
thank you.
Okay, so I have a couple of questions. One, so a concern I have as far as incorporating like the intensive needs programs is having the staff to do that. Because I know we struggle with finding those people now. And so if we, you know, I think that's part of why we are sending kids out of district, partly for, there's different reasons, right? But one of the reasons is that we don't have the staff to do that. So how are you suggesting that we overcome that problem, or where are these staff gonna come from that are gonna
We're gonna
help these kids?
Wave
or-
our magic wand and hope. No. Actually, there's a strategy to that, and the reason why we're gonna be starting with certain programs and not the whole thing as we build. There are practitioners in the field that are ready, willing, and able to work with schools that are not necessarily, like a BCBA. They are more clinician, behavior-based people. There is a market for having people in our schools. We have to like meet the market, but we also will get dividends back because of our billing through Medicaid. So it will make it cost neutral and even will benefit more. But we would need to do the market for those, and it's specialized positions. If we have some students that are also going to be going, and this can be as temporary as it needs to be based on the student's goals and the IEP team. But also in theory, if we have some students that are getting services there, we may need less staff members in our brick and mortar for certain programs. So really, it's just using what staff we have differently, and then also building some of the infrastructure for some of those other services. So.
All right, do you have some other
Well,
questions?
yes, so, and then as far as, like, what are you guys thinking as far as, like, timeline, or as far as that, you said, like, a stage things, or like, what are thoughts as far as that goes?
So, the family school partnership piece can go right in, but we do need some time, with facilities and infrastructure to get some of those things ready for students. One of the first things that is probably gonna be the easiest thing to do is do our expulsion program, and get that going. And then we would be looking at a move for Sierra to move over, to the building. And then our most extensive intensive needs program would be next. And then we also have a program for students with significant challenges for middle school that is, I've collaborated with state, in my other farm district to have a program such as this with Bill Brown, and so we have the infrastructure and how to do it, but we would be doing that. And it would be slow, but keep moving forward. I know Community Connections would be probably onboarding, the fall of, not this year, but next.
So over the next, like, couple of years or few years, probably.
Yeah, it's really Family Center now, this summer. Expulsion, then going up Sierra School, and then working in the Community Connections and other pieces in the next year after.
All right, Denise?
We love the collaboration that's taking place between the different departments, and our community partners. yeah, just fantastic work. Are there any safety concerns with some of these higher, risk kids in the building that, how would we address those?
Yes, and yes. And the way we would address those is there are market industries for safety in some of these date treatments and those kinds of things that we would be working with operations to ensure the safety of our students. There's also some particular rooms that we can use for, because we have youngins and we have oldins, but that we would have some double door safety measures for some of the areas. And we have some spots where the outside wouldn't be as much of an issue with some of the areas that we would be using for our little ones as well too. So it is very purposeful, and it needs to be market industries, and accessibility is a huge component of that for our kids.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Dawn?
So I know you and
I'm sorry?
I've talked to several of you about pieces of this already, so I'm on board. I think being able to keep kids at home and close to home for school across like so many different groups of students is going to be really beneficial, right? Being able to access it. I think the fact that it can bring money into the district, because we think about providing the services in a different way, not only saving, but potentially bringing in students who need these things that we're sending out now is a big deal. And I know, having families who are waiting months and years in limbo is so hard. Having your kid be hundreds or thousands of miles away is so hard, and we have the ability to make sure that that doesn't happen, and it's a financially sound decision as well. I think that's all a really positive thing. The only thing that I thought of as you guys went through this that I wondered about is clarifying that this wouldn't be replacing the site-based things that exist in sites that are still there, right? So we still need a pantry at Sarah Milner because kids don't want to ride a bus, nor can little ones necessarily go all the way across town. This would just be a hub in addition.
It'll be a centralized access point for the mini hubs at the schools.
Awesome.
So those would not go away whatsoever.
We're even kind of in the process of changing names from Face Center, that being the larger locale we're talking about now, to Face Hubs, which would be the building level stuff. So I appreciate that context.
Okay, Mike?
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. I had the opportunity to go to the Career and Tech Center through the DAC, and it really opened my eyes to kind of what we can do with with some of our facilities in elementary schools. So I'm kind of excited to see what you're working on and how this is going to evolve over time. And I really appreciated the comment. I think I'm going to steal it from you. Is strong communities rooted in its education system, which I think is really important. And one of the things I think, when we talk about value, I mean in terms of land value and building value and economic, is kind of the counterfactual argument. It's really important, be able to articulate, like, it's not just about kind of selling a plot of land. We have to replat it. It needs to be rezoned. There are utility issues that have to be unwound, access easements, all kinds of things that people don't realize that impact value in terms of redevelopment. And so just saying, oh, we could just sell it because land, it's not that simple. And I understand that. And so I think when we have these discussions, I think it's important that we articulate some of those challenges, so we're not, because I know we're coming up on one, I think, as well, in a different context. So there's that. The other thing I wanted to point out, two more things, and I'll stop. But the new learners, I mean, you talked about kind of learners that are new to our system. I really want to point out, when we're talking about declining birth rate and declining enrollment, one of the ways that we address that as a community, as a society, is through immigration. And the sad part of we've become, unsadly, very hostile to immigration, and I think it's unfortunate because that affects our budget. It affects our enrollment, it affects our budget in a negative way. And I think I'm happy to hear that we have systems in place to kind of address, to bring those in a welcoming, new students in a way that welcoming, that can be part of our community in a productive way. And so that makes me very happy. And the last thing, and then I'll be done, is we have a boxing club. I was.
You have to go check it out. There's a little ring in there and everything. It's a no-contact boxing club for middle school, Walt Clark and PVA.
Well, was excited. I had a very short-lived and unsuccessful amateur boxing.
We gotta go put on the
No,
gloves.
I wouldn't think so.
And so, I was excited
Maybe
at
your head
that,
has a
because
face
I do
on it
think
or
that there's some, having raised two boys, I mean, I think there's something about, giving them some of those outlets, and girls these days too, I think. I think it's becoming more and more prevalent, so I was happy to see that, and so thank you for that.
And to speak to your comment around new to the country, that nationally that tends to be the only student group that is increasing from
Right.
school district to school district as other student groups decrease. So in our school district, that is the one group that continues to increase in numbers.
Yeah, and I'm not asking you to solve the
No.
broader national problem, but
No,
just
I'm just
commenting
speaking to
on-
that
on
around,
my-
just,
my
I mean, think
comment.
about really 20 miles away.
Right.
And the absorbment of resources there based on their numbers.
Yeah.
It makes sense.
Okay. Nancy?
So I really like this presentation when you did it at the master plan committee. I just think it makes a lot of sense, just, not just financially, but from an efficiency, to not have swap and leap in different buildings, different leases, and all the things that go with it. But then even on the community connections, which is a really great program, but it's in this house, it's in a tiny house. And so that's an area where my great-grandparents were, and as a kid, I still picture that house as being huge, but now when I walk up to it, it was like, it's like the size of a cracker box. But, so I think this will be great for that program, because they'll just have more room. My questions about this are, so when, a lot of this is being funded by grants, the different title grants and so forth, and other grants. But we'll still be able to let all families, it won't,
Yes.
there won't be any issue with, that. And then, obviously, in this environment where we never know what's gonna happen, I'm sure we just have to always be cognizant of what happens if the grants get reduced
I
or
check it out on a daily basis.
I'm sure you guys talk like the stock market. So I think this is a really, good use of resources and repurposing, and it's a way to take care of a group of kids in our community that they'll have their own space, their own place they can call their own identity, and get all of the care that they need so that they can reach the level that whatever their potential is, they'll have the tools and the help to get there, however far that may be. So I'm very much in support of this. And so, yeah, I don't think some of the questions have already been asked. Okay.
All right, I'll wind up with just a couple of questions and an observation. So we didn't see the last four slides. Community connections, SWAP, middle school programming, and expulsion services. I assume those are all part of exceptional student services.
One of them is not the middle school programming, because not all kids with some behavioral needs are in special education. So we have some need to sometimes help provide really more strong, intensive social skill work And we need to do it and sometimes we need space for that. And we need to do it with really honing in with parents and the student on what their goals are. It's almost like a program if they might be at risk for expulsion or suspension, like disruptive behavior and things.
Mhm.
But it's also like, you're not bad kids. Well, we need to do some work so we are successful. So the program it's through the RTI process, strong understanding of the goals and how they meet those goals, and community and then conversation. They come at, like, say, a beginning quarter, we have a mid-quarter check-in with the building, families are involved, student is involved, and then we are just very upfront while they're working in access with their academics, because we
Okay.
cannot take academics or rigor away while we're working on behaviors and the stressors of that.
All right.
So it's a program that would be that. Community Connections that's gonna be the coolest thing. They do the bike repair already.
Mhm.
So it's like bike, skateboard,
We're super
boom.
excited.
And we will have community members and families coming to us.
All right.
They will have opportunities for their plants, for customers, for their bike repair, like a real, like, they will be doing this work with real people in real time, understanding how to budget, understanding how to,
Okay.
yeah, it's gonna be really cool.
All right.
Yeah.
So middle school programming isn't part of exceptional student services, but it seems to make sense to include that here at Mary Blair. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's still all under the umbrella of student
Okay.
support services. All of it is with us.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then my other point has to do, it's kind of a question and probably a question for you, Todd. Do you have a projection for occupancy? Because there will need to be some changes made in the building, is that correct?
There will be, but actually the building's set up already pretty well for the use, so there's not significant construction. Really, there's, I'll say, touch-up for different programs.
All right.
So like Sierra School, there's some materials we got an upgrade, but we're not talking a major construction overhaul for these programs, so it's pretty consistent with what's there. Besides the community connections, that's more where we'll have to specialize the space.
All right. And then finally, we talked about this being funded with grants and so on. Are you anticipating there will need to be an outlay of Thompson School District dollars in addition? And do you have a projection as to what that would be to make the facility successful, or to make it actually friendly to all these different programs?
Yeah, and that's one of our goals to start, is to not make this just because we have space, put students there, make it
Yeah.
a personal space. So yes, the plan is to take the asset, the sell from the asset of the current community connection building, reinvest that
Oh, okay.
into, so there's gonna be some, until we sell that building, we haven't gone through that process to
All right.
actually claim a surplus and go through the sale process. So there'll be a process to use some district funds until we get,
Okay.
that asset sold.
And so when do you think the first part of this might be ready, the building might be ready for these different?
So the family centers, Jesse and Tammy are working on it this summer.
All right.
Sierra Schools, August to December-ish, so there's no, we don't have to be in August, we can make sure it's right to get the students in there. And then expulsion is the first phase, and then we'll work in community connections in the next year.
So the first part of this could actually move in the fall?
Yes,
Is that
that is
what
the
you're
plan,
saying?
yes.
Okay.
And we have been very purposeful about utilizing some staff that we have to help support this.
Yes.
We aren't, like, right now, it's not to hire more people.
Mhm.
That's why we're gonna do it slow and methodical, cause we don't have those resources. But can we be strategic in what we have to help make this happen?
Sure.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. I think before we move to the next item, Board, would you appreciate maybe about a 7-minute break?
Yes,
Sure.
please.
We have,
Yeah.
we have 2 big topics still left.
Yes, we do. So I think probably we need to at least stand up and stretch our legs. So we're gonna take a short break, and then we'll come back for future mill and bond opportunities. All right, Board, shall we reconvene? agenda item 6.3, which is future mill and bond opportunities. Welcome again, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Tonight's just really a general overview of a few different pieces. So the board talked about different questions about bond and mills and opportunities. So we thought tonight we would just give a brief kind of what we have done, our overall district needs, some options, and then really just board discussion. So moving on to the next one would be, here's just some history within TSD. You know, as we've talked about this a lot in the past, it's always good to kind of reflect on what we have done. So this is just some history going back from 1960 all the way today as far as bond asks. And then the 3 current bills we have in place. So that's where we are as of now. Moving forward, the next 2 slides are just when we talk about needs. So these are our overall capital needs. So this is for about in the next 6 to 7 years is $715 million. I will say out of this, you know, because the bond's not complete, we need to take those needs out of this. So, you know, we're somewhere around the 650-ish.
Oh, only.
Only.
And as we sit here, it's not going down either,
No.
so.
Right.
Anyway, this was to give a framework of just how much needs we have in those 3 different areas in the next about 7 years. And this is reflected in our master plan, which is on our website. The next is just an overall mill. So this is really, Zach will talk a little more about it, but the next step we have for a mill is a special levy because of the mill rate and because we're maxed at our regular mill. This is really the, how to visualize how this works. It's a pretty complex, I would say, mill to ask the voters, as we learned in 24. So this is just showing, you know, what this structure of this looks like. So it's really that those dollars are for those 3 main buckets, whether it be technology, capital construction, maintenance fund, then frees up dollars for other general fund items. So that's just, I thought was a good general framework on what a special levy is. Because as we did learn in 24, there was a lot of conversation about what is this and why, and I don't get how this actually works. So part of the learnings as we go to the next slide is just communication and how we look at this going forward. So what we are doing here in the next month and a half is issuing a poll through Frederick Polls, who helped us in our 25 bond. And the purpose for that is really these items up here. We have to understand still where the district community is at, what we need to focus on communicating, maybe what the feeling is, the perception of the district, to help us communicate as we move forward. You know, something we've talked about and learned in the past is it's not about we need, go communicate. It's taking a step back and consistently pushing this message out. So one thing that's going to help us is this poll, because that really helps us get the data to understand where we need to focus our communication from now. You know, no matter when the next bond or mill is, this is the work that's happening now. So the other thing that Mike and his team's working on is even change the website more to add more kind of all this, you know, on the website so people can see at any time, not just at bond or mill time, what the needs are, what our projected needs are, and more by building of what it could actually look like. So, you know, this building, we have really on the bond website now, you know, this building looks like this, it's showing real bond items. But if we do that and show here's the overall needs of these different buildings, it just shows more, again, more of that bigger picture. So that was just a run through really of where we have been, our needs, and our communication plan. And Zach's gonna talk more about really the options we have in the next, well, the options we have in front of us, whether it be bond or mill.
Yeah, so really the story with where we are on the mill levy is we're capped out on all our earning potential when it comes to regular mill levies. So really I'll draw your eyes to the 2018 mill levy cap. We're at 27.9 on that, but there's verbiage in the funding formula that we're capped at a percentage of the overall SFA, and so really what that means is it's roughly $41, $42 million, and we're almost there. So our upward potential on getting increased mill dollars on that 7.6, the 2018 mill levy is only about $1.5 million, maybe $2 million. As that goes up, the thing with that is this the SFA funding, actually the equalization goes down, and so it all kind of evens out, and so that's where the ceiling on that is fast approaching. The 99 and the 06 are just maxed out at a specific mill levy, so we just get that dollar amount, and that's all we do. So really, when we're looking for other options as to getting more money to cover our needs, is this the best option is this capital mill levy, because then as Todd stated, we can offset those earnings with other things and reallocate general fund dollars. I think go up 2 slides. I'm sorry. This is slide 1. So the other, looking down the line in the 2029, the TIF funding for the Centerra project lapses, and so there is potential there to get more earnings on that when the moratorium on the property increases lapses, which is around $1.5 million, but really it pales in comparison to our overall needs. So that's kind of why our best opportunity in leveraging more dollars for our needs is this capital spending levy to accomplish that. We were successful with our current bond, but really when it comes to no tax increases, we have to wait until another debt falls off, which is 10 years. So there's that window, and so we don't get another bite at that apple for another 10 years. So this is kind of like what we're proposing. So when it comes to the communication of to the community, what our needs are and how we accomplish that, this is our best option for that. It is a tax increase, so that's kind of why the communication is so important. So with that, I'll open it up to questions, comments.
Okay, Alexander, I start with you.
Sure. I'm just trying to process this one, the one that the Centerra North thing, because I know with that goes. Are you saying that that would be available in 2029?
Yes,
And it would, I guess I don't understand the slide, or didn't understand, as far as you said it would be, it says no tax bond at the top, but then it says option for tax bond. Are those unrelated?
Let's see.
I'm just trying to confuse people as much
Well,
as
it's
possible.
worked. I'm confused.
I apologize. I'm pinch hitting a little, but what this is saying is that we get new property tax dollars, but it's still capped at that. When it comes to that 1.5, that's kind of would go into our 2018 mill, and so that's kind of where that balancing act on the property tax, or on the SFA funding, the equalization would come down. And so it's really like, that's kind of taking what you take away from this slide is the TIF has this moratorium on property tax increases, and then we can't collect those. When that lapses, then we do get more property taxes, but we get less state aid.
But we get those property taxes whether we do anything or not, right?
Right.
That just happens automatically.
I think this side, it's an option for both. I think the title got put, so there's an option for a no tax bond, which is 10 years out, or there's always an option for a tax bond. So I think that's really
So in 10 years when some debt falls off, a no tax bond would be an option. If we're not willing to wait 10 years, then the options are really tax increase bonds.
Right.
I just would like to say, I mean, I know that one of the conversations that I can imagine if I'm a patron or member of the community is listening online, there's probably at least some people thinking, you haven't even started really spending the $99 million bond that we just approved, and now you're already talking about the next one. The next thing you're gonna ask us for, and I think it's a fair conversation. And part of that goes to this conversation I think we've been having internally is, one of the things school districts don't do real well is they only go out and educate their community and talk about needs right before they ask for them to pass the next thing. That we have to constantly, we're gonna have to constantly put it in front of our community that these needs are real and they're not going away. And even though you said yes to $99 million on this bond, the needs are 650 plus million in addition to that. That these needs aren't gonna change, and that we're gonna have to continue to have this conversation, including doing polling, to continue to understand the sentiment of our community. And that they will then kind of tell us, like, what is it they don't understand that we need to do a better job of communicating. And so I think this is gonna need to change the way we do business, to constantly be communicating the needs and having these conversations. And so things like, in the current climate right now where people are saying education funding is not where it needs to be, it's hard to even keep up with compensation with inflation. The opportunity to say, well, maybe a special capital needs special levy allows us to take money that we currently are using general fund dollars for, pay for it out of this, that we now allocate money to attacking compensation in a different way and doing some of these things. So I think I can understand why a person out there would say, like, you haven't even started spending the 99 really, how come you're already talking about it? I think we have to constantly be talking about it, is my take. So.
Denise.
No, I completely agree with Brett that this is an ongoing, everyday conversation that somehow we figure out how we have it with the community. When you try to explain school funding to people, it's their heads upside down. And if we can't, no is an easy answer, particularly in our current time. So, we need to be thinking about all the things we can be doing every day, because we need more yeses going forward. So, no questions, but I appreciate the conversation coming up again so soon, and let's keep having it, not only amongst ourselves but with others.
Dawn?
I appreciate seeing this slide because I know we get asked a lot of questions around, like, how does the Centera funding impact us? So this is helpful information because every time people ask us about that, they're asking about funding, they're asking this. I think the other thing that I would just add to what Brett said is that we're in this territory now with what we need and the way that it grows, that it's probably impossible for us to ask for it in one solution, I'm guessing. I mean, I don't know, if somebody wants to do that on a future board, I'll watch popcorn, but it's gotten to the point now where there was a Colorado district that asked for $1 billion, and I remember everyone I talked to for months was like, can you believe it? I don't remember if it passed or not, but I mean, that kind of ask is something I imagine our district might not ever be okay with us putting in front of them. And so this is also a way for us to be reasonable about chunking out the needs and prioritizing it, which is work that's always been done, but people don't go to those meetings where they're looking at it in detail the way that a group of people do. And so this is a way for us to bring some of that forward as well, to say this is where the prioritizations happen, this is what we're gonna have to take action on, and this is the cost if we do and don't. So I'm glad for this. It's also really simple, which is nice, because it can be overly complicated, and this makes it a lot easier to digest. So thanks.
Mike. So thank you for this, and I will say, I've been waiting for this conversation since I got elected on the board, and I know Bob is probably annoyed at me pestering him on it, but I am not going to be timid about this issue. We as a community, we invest in our priorities. How we spend our money is what our community priorities are, and schools should be a priority. We need to invest in our schools, and right now we're lagged behind Poudre School District and St. Vrain. And not surprisingly, our teacher retention rates are lower than both of those districts. Our teacher pay is lower than those districts. Our average age of our building is what, 49 years old? I mean, that costs money. And I think we have to stop worrying about the response and start making the case to people that this is important. If we want to survive, if I want my grandkids to live in this community, and if I want employers to come here to support, it starts with a strong education system, and that costs money. That requires a public investment, and it's hard. I get it. Housing costs are expensive. Inflation is going up. Gas is everything is going up. I get it, but we can't wait and wait and wait until everything comes together perfect, because it never happens. And I think we need to be prepared to go to the voters and make the ask at this election and the next election and the election after and the election after. And I think we need to continue to ask and make the case that this is important and that schools are a priority. And I will not be apologetic about that. And I think one of the things I want to look at is, what does it mean to do a mill levy override? I don't think the Lura thing it's a drop in the bucket.
Yeah, right.
It's nothing. And I think I want to have the discussion about, what does it mean to get to a mill levy override so that we can be more on par with a Poudre and with St. Vrain, and so we can comfortably pay our teachers a wage that's not going to incent them to go to other districts once they get their tenure, and so how do we do that? And how do we do, there's a mill levy we could do right now for technology, which I think Bob shared with me, where we could pay to replace our computers and a different kind of capital that I think we should look at and we should consider putting on the ballot. I think the capital, I mean, that one obviously is going to be a long term, but I think we have to stop apologizing and start making the case. Like, these buildings aren't getting any younger. Our technology is ever evolving. We are struggling with enrollment, but part of that is we're losing kids to other districts because we're not keeping up. And I think and I think it's so important. So I really want to have this discussion. I'm going to put my stake in the ground and say I'm going to push that we do everything that we can. I will say the thing I get frustrated with about polling is polling is not decisions. Polling is information. And I think the problem when we do these polls, we say, well, people don't want their taxes raised. Duh. Right? I don't want my taxes raised. I mean, nobody does. I mean, I think we all know it's difficult, but and it's painful in a lot of ways. And I think, but when you start to say, look, we're raising it for a purpose, and we're making this investment in our community, and we need to kind of get over that hump and stop worrying about kind of that people might get mad at me because we're asking to raise taxes, because I think it's really important. We are going to continue to fall behind, and if we don't kind of make that case. And so when we do the polling, and I'm going to push Dr. Heller, like, I'm going to be really clear, like, polling is not our final decision.
No, for sure.
We have to understand what the context is, but we also have to build our message around what our needs are to convince those people to say, yes, I think it's worthwhile. And I understand you might have to come back again because this is a long-term, I can't stress enough, I think, this is the reason why I ran for this position, so that we can make these investments and we can make our school, I want it to be the best district in northern Colorado, heck, the state of Colorado. And you can't do that by cutting and cutting and cutting and cutting and expecting teachers to stay with fewer benefits, lower pay, with paraprofessionals, with our staff, our classified staff. So we need to make this case, and so I'll get off I've been on my soapbox a lot today with President Boyd, so I apologize. But I feel this is something I feel very strongly about, and I look forward to having a good discussion with my colleagues on the board over the next few months.
All right, thank you, Mike.
I think we know
know who needs to record a video, making the case.
If I do wanna
There's a
talk
lot in it.
just a little on the polling thing, cause I agree. I believe that the goal, and again, anybody else on the team is the polling to give us information to allow us to know what are the push points, what are the stress points, so that we can better communicate and better go out there and tell the story what we need. Yeah, the poll is not, do you want us to raise your taxes, yes or no, is not gonna decide whether we go out or not, because I think we already know what the answer is likely gonna be for most people, so, yeah.
So on the capital maintenance special levy, this is something that prior to 24 I had been advocating for. And in 24, we did do it. And the reason in 24 I voted against putting this on the ballot is because I knew we had not done the voter education needed for them to understand what this really meant. And at the time, the reality also is the way we've done our budgets and our reporting has been the same, and I know this because I have it from years ago. It's been this way for like since 2005 and before. So I think what we have going for us now is we have a finance department that not only recognized the deficiencies in accounting, but came forward and said, this is what we need. This is what we need to get it right, to do it right. And so I very much appreciate that, because I know it's not always easy to come into the big ask, and you're like, that software was $200,000. But I think in the end it will pay dividends, because it's going to make the district so much more transparent in its financials and its reporting, so people can see where the money is going. Because, and the reason I say all this is because that is so key to passing a capital needs special levy that you can use to capital construction, new technology upgrades, and maintenance. And you can, Gordon and I had even looked at, you could pull out the maintenance salaries. I mean, you could, it's pretty, but it goes in a slot box. And we just have to figure out better ways to say it frees up money in the general fund, because then it just puts this, but it's the way that you start saving so that we can always address the maintenance needs. Is it gonna solve it overnight? Because I know Pooter, they passed one in 24, I think, as well, but I can't remember, it was like a pretty high, significant amount.
Yeah, I don't remember what it was.
But I mean, if we did a $30 million one of these, and we said, and I think Douglas County did this, we were at the CASB, where they said, we will, as part of this, we're gonna say that every year we're going to give X% raise to classified and X to licensed. Somehow I'd have to find that ballot language. But then you say X will go, we're gonna put in the general fund budget to take care of all of these needs, and the rest will stay in the special fund to build up, so that when a roof needs replacement and the state doesn't do best grants anymore, we don't have to go, oh my gosh, what are we gonna do? Because we'll have this special levy fund. But it will absolutely require a lot of education and building of trust that we will spend this money just like it says. And I think the dashboards that will make it more front-facing is really gonna go a long ways. And all the work that you did, I mean, you guys haven't seen a spreadsheet. It is like phenomenal. It is like amazing.
You have to really like spreadsheets, though.
But it will just go such a long ways towards building that trust. I mean, when we first proposed this, I got a lot of frowny faces from, conservatives, because I was promoting it, going, no, trust me, this is a good plan. But I think what we're doing now is really gonna go a long ways, so that we can always be prepared for the future. And whittle down these large bond amounts that we always need. But it will take time. I probably won't see it in my lifetime, but anyway, thank you.
Okay, Lori?
one thing I wanted to bring up is financing for schools is truly kind of backwards. I came here to the school board, I went to the city, I went to the county, because when our assessments went up, was that 23, if I remember correctly? Where they assessed our value so much higher, and asked for us to please give some relief, even if it was temporary, by changing the mill for the school, because the state backfills. We don't, and at that time, I did not understand the backfill that we get from the state. You know, that it's equal, you know, we can raise property tax values go up, the assessment goes up, but that does not mean that our schools in our county and our city are gonna be flush with cash. And at that meeting, there was not even a consideration on that, which I felt was, now understanding the backfill, I think that was a huge mistake at that time. But we can't turn back the clock, but we can look forward. And I'm just, as we look at that slide where it said we needed $160 million for growth, and yet we have a declining student pupil count. So what is that? And I ran quick numbers, and if I remember correctly, Dr. Heller, the student funded count was the one in October, that was the 13,817, is that correct?
Pretty close.
Pretty close.
Yeah, probably somewhere there,
And-
14,000-ish.
Yeah, and when I ran the enrollment for the 30th of March, we are actually down another 200 students, actually 199. And so since we're already doing a poll on, you know, about spending money, if we're doing a poll, I really wanna know, where's that exit survey? Cause I know Director Scholl and Director Rumfeld, you know, when we did the net gains and losses with students and parents choosing differently other than the school where they live, that we had that net loss of 1,100. And I think that would be a great place to start looking to bring the funds back to our schools, is to find out, you know, once again, we've talked about doing exit surveys and exit poll. Maybe we need to hire a professional to do this. Because I haven't really heard anything about that. We've talked about, you know, seeing why people are leaving, you know, what's driving them to other districts. So I guess I just kind of wonder about that, where that is. You know, to truly get a gauge, if we're trying to find out where our community is on how they feel, I think that would be a really great place to start, is to find out what the needs are, so.
Okay, so I'll wrap this up by essentially kind of making a personal statement. I think you all know that I worked in the district for a long time. And in the 1970s, when I was a young teacher just getting started, I remember the Board of Education at that time saying, when people came with ideas, people from the community asking for bond issues, mill levy overrides, that's something we can't do to our voters. They're struggling to make ends meet, et cetera, or they have rising costs and so on. And at that point, I thought, if I ever get on the school board, I'm gonna have an opportunity to say this, and this is what I'm going to say.
Waiting 50 years and for this moment.
Thanks for pointing out the math. I do appreciate it. My job as a school board member is to advocate for our students. And if members of the community, for whatever reason, choose to vote against it, that is certainly their right. But I didn't think it was right then, and I certainly don't think it would be right now for us to say, we can't do this because of the current climate, or because there are people on fixed incomes, or whatever. They have power. at the ballot box. We are the children's power in terms of advocating for what we believe, based on our research, that they need. And so, Mike, when you had talked to me previously about your feelings about that, I thought, yep. And so when we have this discussion tonight, I thought this is something I've been waiting for a long time to say. So I've said it, and I do believe it. Okay. Anybody have a closing comment? Dr. Heller, you have anything you want to say?
What next steps?
Well, I mean, obviously, we had a kind of a pretty general conversation here tonight, right? At some point, there will need to be some more specific conversations to really say, like, what type of next ask? When are we targeting next ask, right? Because there's, all sorts of ways you can go about this, for sure. I've had conversations with some of you individually to say, when is the right appropriate next time? I don't know that I have that answer. As far as when is, we need to get some guidance probably from the board a little bit of, like, how aggressive do you all want to be in terms of going out again? I will tell you that what gives me, though I don't think we should ever react to the worries of, like, things may not pass or whatever, I think how quickly we try to go out for the next one speaks to some of the things Nancy talked about. How well are we going to be able to communicate, and how well are we going to be able to tell our story to make sure people understand what we're asking them to say yes to? Because if we don't do it well, then they're not going to support it. And so I do. I know you've shared some very specific, like, if it was up to Mike, we'd go tomorrow, and then we'd go the next week, and we'd go the week after, right? So I think as a board, you're going to need to give us some guidance on what is that next step. We can certainly inform some of that. Again, our next steps right now is we are doing the polling with the goal of getting that polling done before school ends. Then our goal would be to bring that polling data back to the board to kind of say, here's what we're hearing based on the polling data. Again, take it for what it is, but that's where we are now. So what would our next step be? When is the next target? If we want to set a date of when we would go back to the voters, on what election would we go to the voters and what specifically are we asking, then we can then start working with our team behind the scenes to say, what's that ballot language look like? There's a lot of pieces and steps that have to happen once we have a direction from the board. Todd, you want to add?
Well, I would say, this November, I mean, we'll take direction from the board, do whatever. This November does provide some angst, because we'd really have to get direction in the next month, because there's ballot language, there's intent to put something on the ballot that has to be issued by June. There's, approvals from the board all the way from June, and then 1st of August when you come back. So, just that there's logistics right now into where we're at, and to even get something on the ballot in November, it really is like almost right now.
Decisions would have to be made pretty quick if we were going to do November.
Yeah.
And again, the only thing I would throw out is another concern, and I know there's probably a counter arguments to this would be, there will also be likely 2 tax-related ballot measures in November with this Tabor component and this progressive income tax that will be on the ballot. I would at least have some concern that our measure would be competing with those statewide ballot measures, and there's only so much maybe appetite in the community to talk about taxes at the ballot. That's the only other concern I would have.
Can I clarify on that? And I understand all of that. I mean, I understand that the process you have to go through to get on the ballot. But I think as a board, I want to make an informed decision with our colleagues.
Sure.
Like, I don't want to just wait out the clock and then say, well, we can't do it this time.
Sure.
And then go. I mean, I think it's really, we can't rely on the state and the feds to help us anymore.
No.
And
sure.
we have to bootstrap ourselves and figure out how we're going to make this work locally first. And so I think we need to have the conversation about what those options are, so we can make a decision. And I know that we talked a little bit about the technology one, about the possibility about mill levy overrides, understanding what may come in a statewide. Let's have that discussion, because I don't want to just wait and keep kicking the can, because it's not getting any easier.
No.
And even if we pass it in November, we're not going to see any of that benefit until the year after. This is 18 months, 2 years from now. So I'm I'm gonna be really clear, this should be a priority, and I feel very strongly, as clearly,
Yeah.
I feel very strongly, as you know, about this.
Yeah, and again, the other question I would want the board to maybe think about it again, this can be a board item on every board meeting we have going forward, right, to continue this conversation. And maybe it should be. There also probably should be a conversation of how much energy does this board, this district, this community want to put into supporting some of these statewide ballot measures that are going to be coming out, and putting our energy behind those for November before we move into the next phase. Again, those are decisions that I don't get to make by myself. It's really, I need guidance from all of you, and we need to take some action as a board on what we want to do. But I would say those two pieces of legislation, though neither of them will fix public education, and I've shared this with some of the people who are involved in both of those ballot measures. Somehow they're kind of trying to sell it as a fix for K-12 public education, which I think is very dangerous, because it will not fix K-12 public education. I think it'll help, and we're not going to turn away increased funding, but it will not fix K-12 public education, and I worry it's being sold that way a little bit, and it makes me a little bit worried it'll be kind of like the marijuana money was, where everybody said, well, now we don't need to vote for anything because you have all that marijuana money. Well, if they say, well, we passed the Tabor thing and we passed the progressive income tax, we shouldn't have to pass your mill levy override anymore because you're good. I worry about if we muddy it too much, then it all fails. So I'll get off my soapbox.
All right. As long as we're all off our soapbox, we can probably then put this on hold at the present time. We'll revisit it again at a board meeting or a study session soon. Are we all right with the decision then to move on to the last item on the agenda?
I know our audience is.
All right, we're going to move now to agenda item 6.4, classified staff representation.
And I'm going to kick us off, but I'm inviting Tiffany Rogers as well up to the table, and I want to start the conversation, and then Tiffany will jump in and take over a good chunk of it. I'm going to start by saying, and it kind of piggybacks a little bit to what some of you were saying just a few minutes ago about what we want this district to become. And some of you have heard me have to say this conversation, some of the audience have heard me say some of these words, and lots of people in cabinet have heard me way too many times say these things. That, over the last, I don't even know how many days now I've been in this position now, but since I got here in July, lots of times I keep getting asked, what do I want for the Thompson School District? What's my vision for the Thompson School District, right? And for a long time I kind of demurred and said, like, I'm just listening and learning. I'm just trying to learn and listen and ask lots of questions. And that's true. It continues to be very true. But I have started to say over the last few months that what I truly want for the Thompson School District, and I use this phrase every time, and I sometimes get a little chuckle, is what I want for the Thompson School District is world domination. And that what I mean by that is that we should aspire to be the destination school district, first in Northern Colorado, then in the state of Colorado, and then I think our ambition should go even further than that potentially. Right? That we are the district that every parent wants their kids to be here. They're going to move their families because they want them to be here. That every staff member, teacher, classified, APT, whatever, want to work for the Thompson School District because we have the best places to work and the best places to learn and the best places for kids to succeed and for all of us to succeed. That's my vision for what I think we need to do. And that leads to this conversation because it is firmly my belief that we will never get to that destination without the classified staff, right? It's just, they are an integral part of what we do. And I'm going to talk a little bit this morning. I had the opportunity to go give out our Elevate Thompson Awards. We do that on a regular basis, Elevate Thompson Awards, out to staff. And this morning we got to go to Cottonwood Elementary and got to give out an award to a classroom assistant in the ILC classroom. And this, he's a young man, but I'm going to call him a kid because boy, he looked young when I walked in the room. So either he looked young or I'm starting to really feel old because I got to give this award to this young man and I got to read through the person who nominated and what they had to say about this kid and the impact he's making on this campus. And I will tell you, he is absolutely making a difference on that school campus. That school, the students, the staff, the programming is in a better place because that kid works there every day. The joy that he has for the kids in that program and the work that he does every day is infectious and it is amazing. And that school is better off because of him, and if he were gone, the school would be weakened because of that. And we have that across every one of our schools, we have that across every one of our departments, we have classified employees who show up every day. And so tonight, we're here because we have to finish having the conversation that really started over a calendar year ago, well before I arrived, around how should we be handling classified representation in the district. And we're at a point where I think we need to provide clarity for ourselves, for myself, so I know our next steps, but for our classified staff, so they kind of know what those next steps look like. And so we'll jump into the first slide. As a board, I'm going to tell you, I think you have 3 options to consider, but I'm going to be honest, I think you really only have 2. I'm going to go really quickly through the 3, and then we'll go into them in more detail in the next slides. But the first slide, the first option would be to recognize the Thompson Education Support Professionals Association as the exclusive representative group for all classified employees in the Thompson School District. That's option number 1. Option 2, just continue with the current CSAC model as currently constituted, and that's the option I don't think you really actually have. Because that option represents the status quo, and we are here because the status quo and the way it's been going has not worked. Classified staff do not feel represented based on the current model that exists. Option 3 would be some type of a redesign of the Classified Staff Advisory Council, maybe renamed, rebranded, but completely redesigned and rethought. So really you have 2 options. Kind of move forward with recognizing TESPA, or kind of direct administration to go this other route and redesign the committee advisory council model. In my opinion, those are the kind of the options you have in front of you. So we're going to jump into option number 1 in TESPA recognition. I'm going to let Tiffany talk. I'll jump in as needed. The goal right now is we're going to kind of cover a bunch of information we can about kind of each of the options, and then turn it over to you all to talk about where you're at and what your thoughts are on these different options. And then if there's a desire for us to give you more information about this redesign idea, we can provide some of that tonight. It doesn't have to happen tonight, but we do need to probably, I think by the end of tonight, I need some pretty clear direction on what's next for us in terms of where we should be preparing either for our next board meeting or what we need to be preparing to move forward with. So Tiffany, I'll let you jump in.
Okay, so the first option would be a TESPA recognition, and so that would recognize TESPA as the exclusive representative for all the classified employees of the district. It would require a majority vote in favor of recognition. If the vote were affirmative to pass, then TSD and TESPA leadership would start meeting to begin the process of an agreement. So they'd walk through that process and determine what that would look like. And then the full recognition wouldn't happen until a mutual agreement was done. And sometimes I have seen in other districts where sometimes that process starts, they come to a stalemate. It takes a period of time to do that and such, so that would be one part of the process. There is a board policy, GDCBA, which is the classified staff representative leave, and obviously if we recognize TESPA, we would need to revise that and eliminate that as a board policy.
I'll just add here a little bit that process of, yes, let's say the board votes in the affirmative at recognizing TESPA is the direction. Then again, immediately we would have to start working really closely, TSD leadership, TESPA leadership, I'm guessing there will be attorneys involved at some point, to draft an agreement that actually is mutually agreed upon for both sides to say, what exactly does this cover? How do we handle a bunch of different things? And that will be kind of that next big step, and with a goal of that it's in place for the coming school year. I mean, that's the goal, is to have something in place for the coming school year. Next slide talks about benefits and concerns, and I'm going to say, this is probably not an exclusive list of all the benefits and all the potential concerns. I tried to come up with the ones that I've heard in my conversations with folks.
And I think one of them is an independent representative for all the classified employees, so it's not tied to the district at all. It's actually independent representation, and that there's a collective voice for classified staff to be able to speak and share their interests and celebrations and concerns with the district. There's also dispute resolution process would be one of the benefits, and a potential for improved morale. I think the potential concerns are the required dues. There's a concern over the dollar amount that is required for our classified folks to participate, and how those funds are actually portioned out, and how much is actually received by TESPA, the actual organization that's serving our classified folks. So the percentage, the breakdown is going to outside of just the TESPA membership. And then the current level of membership is significantly below the 50% plus one threshold. And I think that's other is our TEA group, our Teachers Association is held to the 50 plus 1%. And so having a difference between those two could be a potential concern for us. The next option would be to continue with the current CSAC model. The CSAC model's been around for 30 years. So it's been here a long time. I think I've done a lot of research and looking into this, and I think at a period of time it worked well for us. It was highly participatory, those type of things. I think what's happened over time, even the folks that are participating in it don't feel like it is an effective model for representation today. So even the folks that are participating on the current team would feel that as well. I think it's just time for a potential to rebrand it to look different. Our workforce looks very different than it did 30 years ago, and what they are looking for and how they actually can voice their concerns and just in general. So we are not recommending this as an option, so we would recommend option 2 to be not considered. I think the third one is to redesign the Classified Staff Advisory Council. This wouldn't require any further action from the board because there already is in place. The policy GDCBA, classified leave, would need to be reviewed and revised in the near future based on the changes that we would be recommending. We'd be recommending the removal of that policy.
So I will say again, as we get into the discussion, there has been some work done to say, like, what would these potential bylaws look like for this redesign? What could this potentially look like? All of that is still, of course, completely open to conversation, right? If that was the direction that we were going. Part of that would even be once we identified building representatives and all the folks who'd be part of that group, they should be a part of the conversation of, like, are these bylaws, do they make sense? Are we hitting all of the things we need to hit? But they at least are a starting point to go.
Yeah, and I think part of the process too has been to talk with our neighboring districts and such to see what's working for them. And we have, Poudre I know has a classified representation. It costs $1, so it looks a very different dues model than TESPA. But I also talked to some of our other districts too, just sharing what it looks like for classified staff to be able to determine what a set of bylaws could look like for if we were to revise and redo CSAC and have it look differently than it does today. So I think the redesigning, some of the benefits of redesigning are again similar to, I think, what TESPA is wanting and what the CSAC group is wanting. I think they're very similar in terms of when we've, Dr. Heller and myself have met with both groups over time since we've been here, and I hear a lot of the same things. So I think the goal really is collective voice for classified employees, a dispute resolution process, a potential for improved morale. I think this one comes with no dues are required. I think that's the significant difference. And concerns I think the concerns of that too are there's not an independent representation group, so it is somewhat tied to the district because we are providing this opportunity for them to have this committee. And then how do we ensure, I think, that all employees are aware of this redesigned opportunity and understand how to engage in it, I think is important. So there has to be some type of, for a better term, a marketing kind of campaign and a way to educate our folks just about, we educate for TA, we need to educate for our APT, meet and confer, and also this. So when our folks join the organization or have been in the organization for a while, there's opportunities for them to know and how to participate.
Yeah, I'll just add, what I heard early on when I first got here, met with TESPA, met with Jana and Nate, early on, like I want to say it was like, I might have been my first week in the building, that I spent time with them. What I heard then, and it was confirmed as I met with CSAC individuals as well, is there was a real concern that your day-to-day in the building, rank and file classified employees did not feel like they were being represented by the current structure. Of like, what's it really like? What are the challenges that I'm facing on a day-to-day in a building, in the bus garage, in the, name the department. And so, whatever direction, I've said this a few times, whatever direction the board wants us to go, I'm going to get behind and we're going to support and we're going to get it done. Because what matters to me is the classified staff do have opportunities to bring their concerns forward in a really meaningful way. I think a redesign is better than what we have right now. Now, our blue shirts in the audience would definitely agree that it's not what they would like to see happen. Do I think it's a better option than where we are now? I 100% do. Redesigning it would be a much better, because I don't think we can get much worse than where we are right now in terms of voice. And my job is my goal is to make sure we have good voice for our employees and truly have opportunities to engage in conversations around all of the things: working conditions, day-to-day problems. How do we handle grievance issues? How do we handle resolution, dispute resolution, compensation? All of those things should be part of the conversation. So ultimately, the kind of direction decision does lie with the 7 of you to kind of give us some direction, which kind of leads us to the next slide, which is just allow you the opportunity to start sharing kind of where you are at. I'd love to hear from everybody on the board to kind of have a sense of where are you right now in this conversation and this topic. I think I'm just going to give a little bit of additional color to this whole topic, because I think there's a conversation that we will have to have at some point tonight. If, for example, the will of the board through conversation tonight is it seems like recognition of TESPA is the direction that we're headed, and that is the kind of the will of this group, then we'd be putting an agenda item on next week's board meeting where there would be some type of a motion made and vote being taken. If the conversation tonight, that's not the direction the board's wanting to go, then you all need to decide, do you still want to put an action item on next week, or do you want to just give direction to administration to start moving forward with maybe a redesign or whatever that might look like? To the point that was made earlier, I think Alexander and I talked about this, of this Pooter model that's out there, this $1 a month Pooter model that has, I've talked to the people who were involved with it when it first started. I've talked to some of the administrators who are there now. They say good things about what they have accomplished with it. That classified employee group sits at the same table as the teacher education group and the administrative group in the same negotiating room, all at the same time. And they've seen some really good value and benefit there. I've been trying to get them to give me, what percentage of your members or of your employees are there? I've not been able to get that answer from anybody yet. I would think with $1, it would be a great number, but I don't know if that's true or not true. I don't know if their percentage of membership is higher than TESPA, lower. I don't have any, I haven't got that answer from anybody. So anyway, to that point, we have 2 options, option 1 and option 3, in my mind, for the board to consider. I'll open it up and Stu will let you
All right.
drive the ship.
I think let's move then to comments and questions from the board, either relative to the TESPA option or the redesigned CSAC option, or both, and then we'll see where
See where
we
it
are
goes.
at the conclusion of that.
I agree.
So Denise, I think it's your turn to begin again.
Your most recent comment in terms of having everyone at the table at the same time really strikes a chord with me, because I think that's what we're looking for. Everybody here is on the Thompson ship, but right now we don't have equitable representation or ability to engage, and that our 3 different groups negotiate in 3 different ways seems unnecessary to me, that we're treating different groups in different ways. So for me, it's really about either of these models will work, but which is the one that really allows everyone to feel represented, and not that, the district is just running this again. And I do worry about it just being another committee that doesn't really have any teeth to it. So that's where I am.
So I'm not exactly gonna follow the rules, and here's why.
Shocking, Dawn.
I know, and I know I've shared this with you. My sense is, in fact, I believe this is what I said to you guys in September. I believe that the district has that obligation, and I think you said it really well when you started this. We have an obligation to have better opportunities to hear from classified especially. That is, I think, part of why we're here today at a crossroads is because there was a great need, and in that vacuum, this is where we are. I don't think that goes away, no matter what happens. I believe that if in a perfect world where the district did everything right, there still is a need for some of the benefits that are on the external association. And there's a reason that people choose that even in districts where they have a voice and they have a platform and there's something that exists. So my perfect world is one where we have both. Because the district doing what we need to do as employers and having a mechanism to hear from people and to make sure that we're drawing people in and all the things that we've talked about as a benefit for option 3 is important. And I think that we have to do that. It's really important for us to be able to fill those roles and to know what's really important when things change. This is also a very big group of employees that's very diverse. We can't assume that because they all fall into the same category that they have the same needs. And so I don't know how we would do anything without doing option 3, period. I don't see that being optional either. It's a must. But what I am concerned about is kind of twofold. One is you can't put the genie back in the box. Like, unfortunately, the people who are sitting here today aren't the people who were sitting here a year ago. We would be in a different place if you were. And unfortunately, the timing didn't work out well. So now that people have started to engage with TESPA and started to think about what they get from representative body that isn't district managed, is now something that they want. The sticking point on this, for me, the only one that I have, is the fact that we create an issue with if we acknowledge TESPA if it's under the 50% plus 1. That creates a thing that is a real issue for us that we don't have a good solution for. I mean, sure, we could say it, but then we still have a huge problem to solve. It's a different problem than the one we've been talking about. But I think since that part hasn't been clear, I think that there's probably classified employees who signed on to the letter and would have paid dues if they'd known that they had to, right? And so, like, saying clearly, this is the thing that acknowledge it, like, this is what we have to have in order to see this as your exclusive representation body, is clarity that would help people decide whether they want to join or not. And it's us not getting in the way, which also is, I think, why I don't see us not having an option to at least consider number 1, because if 50% plus 1 of our classified staff signs on, I think we also have an obligation to talk about that. Whenever that happens, however that happens, we can't put it to bed even if we don't vote on it now. When 50% of our staff plus 1 say, nope, we want to be the exclusive, and that's the threshold you've told us, whenever they show up with that, we have to talk about it, and we're gonna have to make a decision. So that's why I kinda don't see either or. I could see a reality where a really great district-ran platform would make it unnecessary at some point, that people don't worry about the other things that they get from it, and they feel like, wow, I really have what I want from the district. I want that. I want us to do it so well they feel like they don't need to. But I think that because of where we're at today, it's gonna take more time to get there. Even if we do all the right, great things, it's gonna take time to build that level of trust for people to go, this works for me, I don't need to do anything else. And I do think there's still benefits. So, unfortunately, it's not an easy, like, yeah, great, we're there. I know you wanted to create something that would make that, and I appreciate that, because I think we need it. I think that's not time wasted at all, because we need it. I think that we also will have an obligation to hear any association of employees that gets to that threshold that we've said is where we would listen to them. And so we also have to talk about what that means, whether that's now or later.
Right.
At least to have an idea.
Sure.
obviously I can't speak for a future board. It could be down the road. I'm not gonna obligate them to anything, but knowing that we've set that as a clear threshold, it could happen.
I do want to just add one piece, which is to your, it's not either or, right? This is not this binary. I think the binary choice in front of you is recognizing TESPA yes or no now. But I would argue if a redesign is what occurs, that is for every single classified employee, whether they pay TESPA dues or whether they don't pay TESPA dues. We want those folks in there in the mix as well, because it should represent every single classified employee. And there certainly are a group of people who've already identified that paying the dues and being a part of TESPA is important to them, and they see value in that. And we also want them to be involved in an advisory council or whatever that is, right? So I don't want it to be a binary thing, other than there is a level, I think, need for clarity from TESPA for sure of recognition, yes or no, for the immediate future. So yeah.
Thank you for clarifying that. That's really helpful.
Because I think they're coming, they're coming to every meeting you see them. And they're here, and I get to talk to them. There are employees, I get to talk to them every day, a lot of days. So I think they've come, and I think that's where it's kind of a direction of where we're going from here. What does that look like for them? I think the other thing too, that just who we are as a district. I mean, we are a service organization. We're here to serve all the staff. And it doesn't matter if we have folks that are in TEA or not in TEA, or we have folks that participate in APT meet and confer or don't. We're here for every employee, and so it's very important that every employee gets an opportunity to come and speak if they need to. I've never been concerned about if they're on the union or not in the union. We just want to be here to hear the voices, because that's how we can make our district the best place to work.
Okay.
So it's very important.
Thank you. Mike?
So, yeah, thank you. So I have a lot of different thoughts on this, but I'll try to be really clear about where I'm coming from and what my expectations are. I do think, I'm going to relate back to your comment about world domination. I think maybe that's
I
not
love
the
it.
way I would phrase it, but I
It's catching
appreciate-
on, Mike.
It is
It's gonna be
catching
on
on.
shirts
People
soon.
talk about it. It's a thing.
I appreciate the sentiment, and I think to get to world domination, we need partners, and we need motivated employees, and we need people that feel vested interest and strongly about our district. And I feel the challenge I have is, I understand what CSAC was, but people voted with their feet. It didn't work, and I feel like we're trying to kind of reinvent the cassette tape a little bit with that.
They're coming back, Mike.
And I said, well. And so I really struggle with that, and I think we have a group of people that have demonstrated a desire to go for not just a few people, a lot of our employees, and I think we owe it to them to have a full discussion and a vote. I really do. I think we have to kind of acknowledge that. I mean, I recognize that that's just one step in a process. Sure. Sometimes in this world we think like one vote is the end of, and it's not. It's a public sector's process, and so it's one vote, and I think, and then there's steps that need to be taken, and and we'll come back, and there's a process that needs to take place. But I think we owe it to them to have that discussion, and understand where we stand as a board, whether or not 3 other board members agree with my position or not. That's life. But the thing I want to point out about the frustration I have is, if we're going to keep saying there's a membership question, we have to define the threshold. We have to be very clear about that threshold. We can't be loosey with the football every time and say, and if it's 50 plus 1, or if it's 19% or 16%, or I think, what does that mean? I mean, is it, I know, like with the dues paying, do you have people that have signed up officially in some more formal way, or agree, or, what I think is, at some point we should go back to TESPA and say, we'll adopt similar to the TEA model. You raise half a position FTE, and we'll provide, but how you get to that point, I'm agnostic. If it's from dues or from whatever, but but again, it's being able to define that threshold. We owe it to them to do that, to make that case. And so I'd like to have the discussion around option 1. I think we need to have it. I don't know with the CSAC, you know, I think there are elements of it I think that are important. I don't wanna completely kind of throw the baby out with the bathwater. But I do think, you know, I feel that we kind of owe it to them, to the folks, the TESPA, the representatives, to have that debate in an open, transparent forum and make that decision so that we can have some clarity going forward. And they feel heard.
Yep.
And they feel like they're part of this district. Because, you know, I think when we start to have these discussions about budget, and I want people that are motivated, that want to knock on their neighbors' doors and tell them how important the district is. So that's where I stand, and if it wasn't clear, I can follow up later.
Okay.
All right, Nancy.
I think for me first, I think it's important for us to, from a different perspective, understand how we got here. From the time I was on the board, and even before, when I used to come to the school board meetings all the time, there was this culture, this leadership, that the board really did not engage with any of the employee groups, whether APT, classified, or the teachers. And so when I was elected first in 2021, every time negotiations came around and I would ask about APT and classified, to be honest, the leadership at that time was very dismissive of that question. And it was always like, well, whatever TEA negotiated is what everybody else kind of got. When I look in our policies, there's only a policy for negotiation for TEA, that's it. So I think this is the time where I think we need to really clarify, as the board, we're the ones ultimately responsible for setting the salaries, the budgets, everything, and yet at the same time, we don't have any method or system to engage with the employees to find out what do they need, what do they want. APT, I know that Dorothy sends out an email recapping all the time. And so I think part of the issue is, from the culture and the leadership, CSAC was doomed to never succeed because it was not supported from what I have seen. And the fact that they showed up at a meeting one time and I was like, I didn't even know you guys existed. Says a lot about that. And so, in my opinion, and this is just my opinion, to me it feels like the board itself has fallen short in its duties to the staff, to the APT, to the classified, to the TEA, because we have kind of handed it off. And I get that there's the TEA, but we've just kind of like handed it off, and we're not. And so, and even as I say that, I'm not comfortable. I'm happy to do a vote on TESPA, and I will tell you straight up right now, I know you guys care deeply, but I would be a no vote. Because I cannot go along with setting the precedent that we will accept exclusive negotiation for something less than 50%. If they were to come next week and said, we have 50% plus one of everybody signed up and paying dues, that's a different story, but they don't have that right now. And I don't wanna set that precedent. So I'm okay with us doing a vote on TESPA next week. I mean, I think I know it's pretty clear how I would go. I also think we should do option 3. That's much more thoughtful. Its design is more intentional, and it's definitely supported by cabinet and the board. And there's been nothing stopping TESPA from participating in those monthly meetings, from what I read there. So that's where I'm at with this. Honestly, I apologize to the classified staff. I had no idea how underrepresented you had been. I had no idea. And all of this just came about within the last year. And so I understand your anger and your frustration. I also know that we have to be careful about how we move forward so that we're not setting precedent that some future board may be going, what were they thinking? So.
Okay, Lori?
Thank you. I think what we need to look at is that the decisions we make tonight, I am totally, number two, the way it stands now, obviously, is not working for anybody.
Right.
Absolutely. And I think we do need to clarify the percentages, and this group has truly waited long enough to get a response from us. And my concern is also, as has previously stated, is, you know, with the percentages, if you're not at least, you know, the 50% plus one, that just doesn't seem to, that there needs to be some type of threshold. So a no would not mean a not never, it would mean a just not now. And I think the energy that this group has put into making us all aware and other people aware has been invaluable. And your voice is being heard, okay? You're seen and you are appreciated. Because like I said, I mean, our schools couldn't run without everybody that's part of this group. I think a revamp, or, you know, at least for now, in the meantime, we do need to make sure that they are heard, they are at the table and a part, you know, maybe the name needs to change as well, so it's not, you know, because it's something new, it's a new era, and we do need to move forward to make sure that people are heard. So,
And I
thank
do
you.
believe the name could be changed, and it'd be good to have those folks that would be moved into the roles of the president, vice president, secretary, and that committee, being able to determine what that looks like. Like what is the best name for the committee, in order to get the best participation. So that's very important.
Yeah, for the, you know, that committee to be on the advisory council, so, thank you.
Alexandra?
So, I agree with pretty much everything everybody else has said. I think, you know, to Denise's point, as far as being at the negotiating table, I think is important, and it pains me that negotiations are going on right now and they're not there. I think that sucks, and I think they should be. And I don't know if by they, I mean, I don't necessarily mean TESPA, I mean classified staff. In whatever way that things. I think the CSAC definitely needs a new name and needs a new rebranding, whatever. I think that's very important, that is important. I also think having an outside group is important to have, you know, to Mike's point, to have something that's not all district led. I also think that I have a hard time supporting, you know, recognizing TESPA with the less than 50% vote. I also think they deserve a decision one way or the other, because they've been in limbo for a long time, and I don't think that's fair to anybody. I think at this point, in an ideal world, my preference would be that they are like able to be the negotiating body without necessarily having like the formal agreement, which I know I was upset I wasn't at the executive session, because I know that was one of the things there, and I don't know what was talked about there. But I think that, as people have said, we have this incredibly motivated, committed group, and I want to capitalize on that and use what we have and find a way that their voices can be meaningfully heard. And I don't know what that is. is. Like, I mean, I still struggle with what that is, because I want, in my heart, I want very, very much to vote for them as the negotiating body. But again, I really struggled with the percentage of representation thing and what that sets us up for. And so I don't know if there is a middle ground, you know, I don't know if that exists. But that would be what I would like, that we can, you know, I know you've been meeting with them, I don't know if that can continue as a meeting and help them work towards getting to the 50% or have them help, you know, I know that's not illegal or whatever, I don't know. But
There's some rules.
There are some rules. I mean, I know that can't be done, but I think, I don't know.
I will say, regardless of, and I said this to Jana the other day, whatever decision the board makes, the next meeting that I'm going to be having is with TESPA to say, okay, now what? Okay, this is whatever decision gets made. What's next? Okay, for you, for us, right? As has been said by everybody, it's a very engaged and committed group of employees that are valuable. They need to be involved and they need to have their voice heard, regardless of what decision gets made. And we do need to give clarity, right? If there's an expectation of a threshold of membership, then that clarity needs to be given to them. If, you know, I know Mike, you've talked about, I want to make sure that the president of TESPA has release time to do TESPA related work. Are they, you know, how are we going to fund those things? Those are things that get decided and ironed out in an agreement, right, once they're recognized, but those are things that obviously could be part of that clarity for them.
All right. I believe I have a very clear understanding of what TESPA, the existence of TESPA as a bargaining agent would represent for the district. I believe I also have a clear understanding of what a redesign of CSAC would mean for the district and for classified representation. I met with TESPA leadership, I think, 3 times since the idea was first introduced. Somewhere along the line, and Jana, I'm not sure if you're the one who gave me this flyer, but somewhere along the line I got the flyer, TESPA Supporting Excellence in Thompson School District. I believe that what it says is what the leadership of TESPA says. Something that those of you in the audience don't know, but my board colleagues do know, is I asked for information. I submitted a request for information and asked Tiffany to sample districts in our part of the state to see what they were doing for classified representation. I didn't bring that along. And Tiffany, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe of the maybe 7 districts that you found information on, none of them had a TESPA-like organization.
One.
One.
Oh, one did?
And so when we
Well,
say.
but that was like for $1.
But it is still
It's still-
independent
yeah.
organization.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'd still consider it an independent organization.
All right.
They have dues and those types of things. And when we looked at the ones we looked at, they were our neighboring districts that kind of partner up with us, where we would be sourcing candidates from, those kind of things. And so yes, some did not have anything and did not discuss like if they had a mechanism in place. There were 2 that had a committee such as this, and one of them, both of them would say they worked well. One would say they are wanting to revamp theirs as well a little more because they would like to do some more with it. The one group would have said that they actually felt like theirs was getting better every year, that they were actually increasing, and every year they felt it was getting better. They had very good relationships built with the leadership team and with the classified staff to really, the classified staff were not interested in moving forward with union type things just because they felt satisfied with what was happening with their partnership with the district.
So just to give some clarity, so there was 5 districts that we specifically talked to and were able to research and try to figure out like what's on their website, but then also reaching out to say help us understand what you actually have. Greeley Evans, Poudre, St. Vrain, Weld RE4, which is Windsor, and Weld RE5J, which is Johnstown Milliken. The only one that, between talking to them and researching, that has an exclusive, like, true representative group is Pooter of those groups that we talked to. All the others have some type of a committee structure in place. Pooter's the only one that's truly doing what I would consider true exclusive collective bargaining as a classified employee group, you know, of those 5. And that's just based on the talking to those people in those 5 districts. Now, there may be other districts that do have something that we weren't, but those 5, which are the ones we talk to most often, that's what they shared with us and what we found on their websites.
All right, let me just conclude by saying I agree with the point that Denise made, and I think a couple of the rest of you have too, that whether we go the TESPA route or a redesigned CSAC route, having classified staff have a more active role in negotiations is certainly a good idea, in my opinion. I'm going to end and circle back to thoughts I've shared with Jana, I shared with Nate. It continues to be my concern. A year or so ago, TESPA brought us 600 signatures indicating people were supportive. Keep in mind, I think that was about a year ago. They still have only 17% membership. What that shows me is that it's easy to put your name on a petition. It's harder to actually commit, and whether that commit means paying dues or actually putting your name on the line that I'm a member of the organization. I'm struggling with that, and I have struggled with that ever since we first talked about it. So I think with that, all of us have had an opportunity to share our thoughts. Anybody have one closing comment? Maybe the closing comment, Dr. Heller, would be, what do we do next week when we come back together?
Well, based on what I heard, and again, I would ask for clarity from the board to make sure I heard what I think I heard, which was there was a desire from at least I would say, close to a large majority of you on a action item on the agenda for discussion and action at next week's meeting, so that you can explicitly each say, here's exactly where I'm at, and then conduct a vote on this. So that is what I heard. If I heard wrong, then please correct me, but that's kind of what I heard from, I would say 4 or 5 of you said something along the lines of, I think that we do need to give clarity via an actual action item next week. Is that accurate, would you say?
Yes.
That's accurate in terms of my conversation with you. As I look around, would you nod your head if that's the way you feel that we need to?
I think there are actually 2 action items as addressing option 1 and option 3.
Yeah, potentially. I could see I could see a situation where there's 2 options, 2 different action items potentially. I would leave it. You know, any board member would be welcome to make a motion to recognize TESPA just for the sake of that discussion, and let the conversation and the vote, if you will, go where it goes, and go from there. I think we can work on our side on the back end on making sure the board has language for what a motion might look like, and have that public conversation and that public vote at the next meeting.
So board, let me ask you then, is it the board's intention to make a decision a week from tonight at the meeting in terms of either recognizing TESPA, going forward with the CSAC redesign? Am I correct that that's where we are right now? We are ready to have a decision?
If I could, I think I'm not sure. I mean, I'm 1 of 7, so I recognize that.
And that's what I'm asking you for, Mike, is your thought as 1 of 7.
I'm
not speaking for the group.
I'm not yet. I don't want to claim to speak for the board, but I go back to my. I mean, whether we maybe like it's not an up down yes or no vote, but one of the things I think we owe to TESPA is clarity on what 50+1 means. Because I think now that there's a dues paying structure, which I think is kind of, it's a push-pull, because it's like, well, why would I pay into something if you don't have that? So we're putting them in a really awkward position. And like, what if tomorrow they said, we're gonna change our dues structure so it's $1, right?
Sure.
And then would that be okay? I mean, would we say, okay, well, they didn't put their name, they're paying $1, $10, $50, whatever, and like, so I think, you know, we owe it to them to provide, to just say, this is what the finish line looks like, and when you hit that finish line, we'll have that discussion about recognizing or not recognizing, we can have that discussion. The challenge I have now is, and I appreciate my colleagues' point of view, her perspective on it, and I think it's fair, and so but again, if we keep just, I feel like it's like Lucy pulling the football out every time. It's like, you know, I think whether we have that up-down vote, I'd like to at least have a discussion that just says, here's what the finish line looks like. We're gonna keep working with CSAC, maybe, that's my opinion, or working towards that because we feel like that's valuable. And if you get to this threshold, however, then let's revisit it and let's have that full discussion and give you the respect of having a vote.
I wanna-
Sorry.
I've been trying to do
Denise,
this.
go ahead.
I wanna talk about this threshold, because we're asking our least compensated, most transitory employees to spend money to join something. And I don't know that that's, 50% plus one with our teaching staff. I think that's reasonable. I'm not sure for the audience that's trying to engage with us that 50% plus one is an equal percentage or ask. It's a group that, we don't pay what our competitors pay, well, any of them, but particularly with our classified staff, and they do turn over more because they can go to Walmart or these other places. So making a threshold that is actually achievable when you are turning over 20-30% of your workforce every year, it takes time to build the relationships, or people wanting to stay to work for less. So I really feel that 50% plus one, it feels pretty hard for them to get to at any point, just given the nature of the population.
President
Go
Boyd?
ahead, Nancy.
May I address something to the caller? So our percentage turnover is not 20, it's 8%, so our turnover percent is not, that high.
Actually, our classified turnover percent is much better than our licensed level of that. So our classified folks have, again, to the point of proven to be pretty loyal and sticking with the
Did you say
district.
8% turnover in
Yes.
classified?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so that's not, so there's a couple of different ways to look at it. So when you in terms of how I classify turnover is individuals leaving the district, not individuals who are moving within positions in the district. That's a more a vacancy or how much positions we have to fill. This is more focused on, did I leave the district to go work somewhere else? And that percentage is around 8%.
Nancy?
So, I believe the dues are $35 a month for TESPA. How much are you making?
70.
For most employees, it's about $18.94.
A month? Okay. So, my point is, we already have TEA. TESPA is a component of TEA. It is a component of, it's all part of the CEA. So we need to be, because that's why a lot of the dues go to TEA, CEA. It's not because, they're just friends. And if we say TEA, you have to have 50% plus one in order to be recognized as the exclusive. But now we're gonna tell TESPA, well, you just need to be 20% plus one. We are going to set a precedent that I don't think we can come back from, as well as we still have the APT group. So we need to be cognizant of this is not it's like a gear, and there's many different things on it, and if we make a decision, it may not. So I appreciate what you're saying about, because I'm been right there saying we need to pay them as much or more than Walmart distribution. But I also don't think we've had the leadership and the culture that we needed to make those kinds of things happen in the past, and I will not support lowering the 50% plus one for another group. I can't.
I'm gonna take us back now to my question. Are we ready next Wednesday night to vote on, and I'm gonna use the word agent, roughly, it would be the term, for representing our classified staff? Are we ready to vote on that next Wednesday? With a reminder that we started talking about this months ago, and are we going to get additional information in the next week, in the next 3 months, et cetera, that would change our vote? So this is what I need from you, board. I need a decision of either, yes, we're ready to vote on this classified representation issue next week, or we're not.
I'm a yes.
I think let's do a thumbs up. We can't take a formal vote.
No, we're not, yeah, we gotta be careful, we're not voting on anything tonight.
I'm gonna look around, and I would appreciate a thumbs up if you believe that next Wednesday, we need to move to a vote on this issue. So-
What's the issue? Let's be very clear.
So I'm just gonna be create some clarity that, and this is what I've heard from talking to TESPA, that seeking clarity on them as the exclusive representation group for classified employees, that there needs to be some clarity on now, like, is that the direction that this board wants to go for, I'll just say this, for the 26-27 school year and beyond, right? And to the other point, in that discussion, or even after the discussion potentially, if the answer is yes, then we know what we have to do. If the answer is no, then what thresholds and expectations are gonna be expected before the board would entertain that conversation again? So I think that's the clarity that we need at this point, is where are we going forward? And again, I think if the board wants to do that in a vote, I think that has provided, if nothing else, it provides clarity to the TESPA folks who've been asking for a decision for.
I can accept that. What he said is a little different than what I had in mind, but that seems to me to be a reasonable thing for us to decide. So, based on what Dr. Heller said, would you give me a
Did you
thumbs
wanna
up
repeat that?
if next Wednesday night you are ready to vote on recognizing TESPA as the official bargaining agent for classified?
I'm putting it on as discussion action, not just action.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. Discussion.
That's
action.
important too.
Yes,
All right.
absolutely.
So, am I seeing any thumbs?
I think.
1, 2, 3. I'm gonna be number 4.
Mike said yes too.
I saw Mike's. So that, Dawn, 5, all right, that is a majority. So that this is what we're going to do then. Next Wednesday night, we will vote on whether we want to recognize TESPA as the official bargaining agent for our classified employees.
Okay.
Correct?
We will work forward, start tomorrow working on that action item for the agenda and all the things that come with it.
All right, that's the last item on the agenda this evening. Thank you, board. Lengthy meeting. Meeting adjourned.